Come on. Woo. I can never get enough. You can't get money, need a new set. Try to go against session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Number one, I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She says she noticed a pattern. She say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered. But I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better.
I never had a hero, I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all of your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your
he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, in me back and I'm back in it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Monkey asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like bait. Just come close, but I swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud. Get your better whack to my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away. Rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way. Never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang. Took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone. Make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream. Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on. Due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crep, same fucks, fake squad, say lots, but flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop, we beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me onto the sounds. I light a bite and spit the strong in the line that pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllable spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked handy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again. Whoa, I'm back in the gym. Yeah, that feel like a switch. Yeah, they know I don't miss. Whoa, brought my team with me. Yeah, they know we gon' eat. Whoa, who that with that heat? Oh, that's that RMG.
Back with the team, right back. Crossover lean, Step back for the 3, Get him out the feet, Feel like big, 23, MVP of the league. Ball like Jordan, Magic, Burden, 92, this ain't no dream. Got him hooked like a ring, whoa, wait. My whole team, whoa, wait. We don't need no play. Shoot like Z, whoa. Big old teams with the team, had a stand for, ayy. Call for ball, hit the shot, big old rings on the way. Limousine, magazine, cover, moving state to state. In the gym, 24, wanna try, let's set a date. Cause I got a ball forever. Call up the team, we gon' ball together. Ayy, run at the scope from summer to summer, yeah, we wantin' all the pressure.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again. Whoa, I'm back in the gym. Yeah, that feel like a switch. Yeah, they know I don't miss. Whoa, brought my team with me. Yeah, they know we gon' eat. Whoa, who that with that heat?
Yeah,
that's that RMG.
I need chest, I need bands. Blessings for my friends, that's a switch, I ain't playing. I need rings for my hands, I'm a king, whoa. It's my jeans though. What's in them feet, yo? Wait, look, this my Jackie Chan's. Y'all ain't got my reach. I ball like Kyrie already. Know y'all mad at me, okay. Homie say la vida. Word been mad like, y'all best act right, Said you think I'm that guy, got you mad tight, oh nah. Hold the crown like Bron. it just is what it is. Got this ish on lock. Y'all gon' watch me do my dance in this land, la. I ain't married to the game, but to these boys I'm pow.
Whoa, yeah, back at it again. Whoa, I'm back in the gym. Yeah, that feel like a switch. Yeah, they know I don't miss. Whoa, brought my team with me. Yeah, they know we gon' eat. Whoa, who that with that heat? Oh, that's that RMG.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it this far, it's a miracle. Anything less is cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no. Ain't no time to waste my time, we don't slow down. You can be in dimensions, big dog in dimensions. We be aiming for the fences, I'm in a different dimension. Why y'all be riding the benches? Y'all could just cut through the tension. Graduated from the trenches, no cap and gone. I ain't never need a handout, on my 2 feet, I'ma stand out. I ain't never take a loss now, ain't gon' start now at the top now, and I know. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a bread when I'm in my bag. No. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way, they gotta move. I got a gas, they running on fumes. Told them way back, it's something new. It's me and Dan, you gotta choose. I'm taking what's mine, I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, I don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dotting those eyes. Don't take offense if I do not oblige. I can't belabor like none of these guys. They hit me once and I'm cutting the ties. I was so low, but I'm back on the rise, it's real. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm hopping now I gotta go. I'm looking back, they not even close. I had a 4, now I need a ghost. I got a wave like I'm on the coast. Same ones a doubt and I dare the show. So way that I'm ballin', they think I'm a pro. I'm getting sick by the money I gross. They saying whoa, I told them all what this is. I told them all I don't miss. Said it's my time, look at this shit on my wrist. And when they shootin' this breaks, I'm going in. In a new gig, gotta shift. I cannot stick to the script, I cannot wait. Watch how I get it and flip. It's just how I'm doing this shit that I'm going. Just how I'm doing this shit that I'm going.
They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got this whole view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Squatting on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, yeah. I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to boss, I had to renovate, I know. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't dim it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up before it. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah, yeah. This the high life with a view. You can have it all, no need to choose. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Yeah. Mud. Look, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm all righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Look, I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I done ran low on my patience. Make sure my time isn't wasted. I told them all that I've been real. They know that I cannot face shit. Funny how none of this makes sense. Now that I'm up with an A-list. She tryna throw me the K now. Telling me happy belated. Got too much shit on my mind. I told my mama I'm fine. I told my girl that I'm stressed, but I'm gonna make it on time. I pray to God for these signs. He know how hard I done tried. Lately I'm looking for real shit, the things that my money can't buy. They don't understand how the shit goes. How they all use you to switch goals. How they all speed when they need some. Then when you need them and they gone ghost. They want the money in big roles. They use your name for a quick post. The same ones that told me to quit rap. I saw this shit, man, it gets sold. But for now I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax. I need a shout, no chase. My girl need a wine in the state. My mom need a house for the late. So I got some money to make. They told me I got what it take. So I gotta take it all back. I told them I need my pay. I need my 50 for tax.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Seeing victory, we ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When
we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied pain.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Hello and welcome back for another day live from Malta. Pro League returns. The B stream returns for one match today. There are 3 matches on EA stream if you haven't been watching that already. But over here we have just the one game that I'll be taken through. You will be taken through that. English? Do you even journalism? You'll be taken through that game by myself and the Hawkman. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for more CS. I'm hoping that we get ourselves some of these teams in the mid-bracket with a chance for redemption, because it was all 2-0s yesterday, James.
Absolutely, it was. The first map that we saw the likes of 0-0 Nation on, though, on Ancient was very close. Couldn't take it over the line in overtime, though. Maybe today will be different. Perhaps they will see more scores on the doors. They'll be going up against Greyhound. But let's have a look at how things began in Group C yesterday. FaZe Clan at the top versus Rooster. They put up a valiant fight, but they did get absolutely battered in the end, as they should, all things considered. Ninjas in Pajamas bested Pain Gaming. They'll be facing FaZe Clan later on. OG versus Zero Nation, excuse me. That one of the tweets coming today. That was a difficult affair for both teams. We can go into that a bit more later on. OG will proceed, though, to 0. They've already lost to Vitality today, who beat Greyhound in their opening match yesterday. And here's how the mid-bracket is currently looking, Hawker.
Yeah, we've got ourselves a couple of teams already here. We've got Rooster already being taken down by Pain Gaming earlier on today. And then this matchup in the lower side, 0-0 Nation versus Greyhound. 2 teams that are, fairly similar there on the rankings. But I think a lot of people coming into this probably have higher hopes for 0-0 Nation, just because Greyhound's form recently has not been as good as you would want it to be. I think there was a period of time where Greyhound were causing occasional upsets. That hasn't really happened for them recently, and I want to see some more out of the Australasian, Oceanic region, so we'll get to see if they can turn things around today.
Indeed, the mid-bracket will be quite painful for some, less painful for others. Only one can qualify. The rest will go into the bin of the lower bracket, and we'll see that later once teams have started to populate it. But indeed, Greyhound versus 0-0 Nation is our match today on the B stream. I'm trying to keep my asthma in check, so if you see me taking weird pauses, then bear with me. But here are the squad. 0-0 Nation minus Taco, who has to take a leave of absence for personal reasons, versus the Mandem from Australia of Greyhound. The likes of Sicko and Liaz we have seen around here. Look how clean shaven and young Liaz looks, even though he's basically part of the furniture at this point. But Alistair looks like he means business.
Hey, I love Alistair. I love Alistair. He's got the tash going, a true Aussie. And yeah, look, I'm wondering, he might be a Kiwi now that I think of it. I've got to always make sure.
Wow,
you've always got to
racist.
double check. I know. Oh boy, but still, it's a Greyhound team that I think they have promise. I've seen Alistair land some crazy AWP shots, some crazy flicks at times. So I want to see more of that. And I want to see more of Inns also, because he always performs really well in the regional competition. He always puts up massive ratings. I don't think that's translated to the international stage. So definitely keeping my eyes on those players. And then obviously Liaz, we know is capable of competing internationally.
Greyhound had a rough draw to begin this bracket. We'll see the veto now as they have a lot of opportunity ahead of them with this game, considering Taco going missing. Sorry, my lungs are going crazy. Mirage, Ancient, and Inferno. Talk, Hawker.
Yeah, man. I like the Mirage pick in there from Greyhound, because it's actually not a map they've played in the last couple of months. But we saw 0-0 Nation struggle on that tremendously against OG earlier. And so I think that's a cheeky little punish pick. And it is a map that Greyhound oftentimes leave in the pool as maybe a third map decider. They just haven't had to play it because they've been either 2-0ing people or getting 2-0'd. So I like the Mirage pick almost as a bit of a punish. And then 0-0 Nation go for that Ancient, which honestly, look, it was close yesterday, but it didn't look great for them at times with their pasting on T side. They were getting kind of lost all across the map. So maybe they've done their homework. They've, learned from those mistakes, and hopefully we get to see a more cohesive Ancient from them today.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be a very interesting one. I'm sure 0-0 Nation will be bringing a stronger game into today's action. Won't have long to find out to see if that's true or not.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Who else like us? I don't see none any. New drug back in the way. All place that rotate. Y'all seem gon' locate. I ain't catch no win of that. Snap pass and I run it back, and they jump man is a running back. Oh, ain't no holding back, so here I go. Gas like BPA, out my way. Play too smart with a GPA. Keep it brief like a black suitcase, and there ain't no time. Hold up, it's too late. Man, we ball hog no ham, and I know it ain't fair, but we just do not care, and all y'all staring while we
run them up, run them up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy, run them up, run them up. I run with some goons, they pulling up. Looking for a problem, ooh, that's us. We get on the field and run them up, ayy.
Run it. I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen self-esteem been better. Gotta keep on chugging. Ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed in heaven. Got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that. It's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up. I'm trying to get it in FT to get them in their hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities are never come unless you paying attention. So no, I can't miss that. Moving. MVP, I got the record. I might have to pro something. Big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming. Had to work something cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans. Partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking even no wins. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice. I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground then it go off.
We return for the first map of the series. That will be Mirage 0-0 Nation versus Greyhound. I still remember the time where New Mirage was being played in Europe, but Old Mirage was still being played in North America on ESL. It took a while before they came over to New Mirage, if you will, but New Mirage was New Mirage a very long time ago. Do these teams have anything new for us, though, on the first map of the series? We're about to find out.
Let's see, it is Greyhound starting on the T side here as they picked the map. 0-0 Nation got to pick sides and they will get their favored CT start. A kit and a smoke picked up by Next. Meanwhile for Greyhound, not too much utility, but 2 P250s instead for them. Wanting that long-range firepower on the T side.
Now, 0-0 Nation on the T side in the second half, you will see, do favour a longer round, but they are quite proactive when they're on the CT side. If they have an idea, they have a good grasp on their opponent, and they will make plays, which makes for some very interesting CT rounds. We'll see if that comes later on. What a great one shot from Dumal. Ins drop towards the top mid. I do enjoy a pistol rounds. Very different rounds to all the other CS rounds we see. No helmets to be had here. I do remember that time on, I think it was Dust 2, where the French teams would give someone a deagle, try and get a one-shot down mid, and then buy a Mac-10 until that was nerfed.
Yes.
Good times.
That's a classic. 2 Ts remain then for Greyhound. Bexaitan, Sicko. It's a nice pop at close range with the P250. Oh, the splash. That's an underrated classic. People talk about the Deagle Blaze, but no one's talking about the P250 splash. They got 2 of them, I think, dropped by the same player for these 2 to work with. That bomb plant's going to be awkward here. No utility for it. Sicko trying to fight. Got given opportunities, but the time is against Greyhound. They're going to try and push into CT spawn. It might work out for them. Sicko with 1 and another. And now coldzera has to block this cross to the bomb site. Oh, what a shot. Plucks him out the air.
That was beautiful. I love the urgency from Greyhound. They had not 1 but 2 frags to find in CT. Otherwise, that round doesn't work out for them. But what a lovely pop from coldzera. Adjusting for the 1-tap in elevation. Great way to finish off a very interesting pistol round. Lots of hunting for those headshots there. But only one team can prevail in the end. 0-0 Nation start off with the right foot forward.
And I think a lot of people coming into this matchup have 0-0 Nation as pretty solid favorites. Seen the odds were pretty heavily favored towards them. Seen a lot of people predict for them. I feel like without Taco here, this matchup, I'd maybe slightly favor it to 0-0 Nation. But I honestly think Greyhound are going to put up a really good fight in this series, especially with this veto. I like the Mirage pick from Greyhound because they oftentimes pick Inferno. They've got that as the decider in this series, if they can get there. So I feel like Greyhound have got some good comfort in terms of the maps in this series. That means no excuse for them. They have to show us that they can show up here if they want to be a threat in this group. And Sicko with the opening D kill. Cold again having to kill flying players, but he's effective with his long-range spray.
Love the tracking from coldzera. One of the players I've seen in a free-for-all deathmatch server is Cold Zero, which is quite interesting because I'm one of those guys on an FFA DM who will run around with an AWP. Because if you want to like develop your battle sniper skills, then that's a great way to do it. Just run around with an AWP on free-for-all deathmatch. But
oh yeah,
generally speaking, even if you're just rifling, practicing your aim or warming up or whatever, you might just run around looking for the next person and the next person. Cold Zero is the type of guy who will hold a position. So if it's free-for-all deathmatch on Dust 2 and he spawns on B, he'll like defend from around big box as players continue to spawn and so on. So it's quite fascinating seeing him in an FFA DM. He's just built different, figuratively and literally.
Yeah, man, might as well practice for the way he's going to play in game. Likes to play that sort of style. Dumao yesterday was fighting pretty aggressively from Connector. This time he's gone 1 for 1. I feel like Greyhound will be pretty happy with that. Still, though, 0-0 Nation have a solid setup towards this A site. They've got a couple of CTs here, including a sneaky Cold Zero in the back of the bomb site. Oh, and Cold emerges. It's not going to work out for them, though. Next was trying to help his teammate, but Greyhound lands some fantastic shots, and they're not even committing to the A bomb site here. They're going to come back to B. Yet 0-0 Nation might have some ability to read this, or maybe not. I thought NQZ was rotating away from A, but Lato is going to be alone on the B site with the MP9. This is going to be so difficult for him.
There is enough time to clear the bomb site as well, and Greyhound will surely feel that they have to fully clear it with the time that has passed since they were on the A bomb site.
I wonder if NQZ can help with flashes.
He can.
At all, over the B apartments. Kitchen, sorry. That's what it is.
It's a shop, actually. It used to be a kitchen.
Actually.
Now it's the market, and the kitchen is in the apps. Got a great lineup in because he can run this fraction, actually, but Lato will take one in the dome immediately. That bomb needs to be lined up and planted, though. 10 seconds as NQZ threatens to create some space for himself. Still trying to find a jewel. But he won't give him what he's looking for. You can see him backing off now as he looks to make hay elsewhere, as they say.
I think in the opening series for 0-0 Nation, on this Mirage map against OG, NQZ had a very tough time of things, especially on CT side. As the AWPer of this team, he did not get anything going. I think he got 3 kills total on CT side. I know he was stuck on 3 for a while. So it's nice to see him having a bit of a better start here. But it's Greyhound who get the first gun round on the board. And just some really nice shots there out towards the A site. And then they show some good composure. And I think that is how Greyhound like to play often. They're not always going to commit early in rounds. They're very happy to make those sorts of big mid-round calls and rotations. I think that's part of why they favor Inferno as a map quite often. So definitely good to see that paying off for them early. And now for 0-0 Nation, a rough round for them. They've bought nothing, really. Just the saved rifle for NQZ into this one. Oh, they'll try and boost him. I like the idea, but no one challenging right now.
Eco-frag strategies. Love it. Smoke on short. Missile swarm in the window.
You send the rifle first, or the player with just the USP? Surely the USP player.
Swing for the info. There will be no trade, though. Well, they concentrated the efforts. They made the right plays. And on this occasion, they came up short. Sometimes it'd be like that. Have you ever been to Australia or New Zealand?
No, I've not. Definitely on the bucket list, especially New Zealand, man. Those landscapes, those must be unreal in person.
Been as close as Fiji, but fingers crossed. Been waiting to go for many years.
I feel like you've traveled a lot. I'm always surprised. I can't imagine you've got many places left on your bucket list, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know if I would say I have a bucket list. I just want to go like anywhere that I haven't been. I'm very interested to go culturally, obviously, Australia in terms of diving. Yeah, one of those places I'll end up in eventually.
One day.
One day.
Well, if we were tuning into the mainstream earlier, They were trying to claim that Australia doesn't exist anymore with their presentation. You know, a few pieces of false info in there. Throwing Sponge off.
Well then, things got expensive quickly for 0-0 Nation on their CT side.
And in case anyone's wondering why 0-0 Nation is saving literally nothing there, sometimes you'd rather just not give the kill reward away to your opponents. Really going to get anything done with the USPs. You don't want to give away a bit of extra cash at this level. Every little can make a difference.
You were going to say every little helps, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
You're going to give the Tesco vibes.
Listen, they've got to pay me if I'm going to say that. DMs are open, Tesco. Hit me up.
The AWP will be out for NQZ. Everybody's here with Kevlar. Really hard to see behind those flames. 1-for-1 will be favorable for Greyhound on the T side. They've got plenty of time to work with this as well. But now what will 0-0 Nation do? We can see that Dumao is close to Palace. And as I said before, these guys like to be proactive. They were making a play there. But is that all they're going to do now? NQZ is over towards the apartments with an angle through it with the AWP. That will allow them to have a further focus towards the A bomb site. Now let's see how INS approaches this gap, because everyone knows this pixel gap can be held by a sniper. And with no further aggressive response, I say that, but look at the Palace push from Dumao on the radar. So indeed, 0-0 Nation are continuing as they mean to go on in terms of that proactivity on the CT side. So they've got an aggressive push and seen no one on B. And they've done the same through Palace now. But what does that mean? Where is the bomb going? We can see and hear the presence in mid, but which way will they be headed?
Oh, nice adjustment, but NQZ misses the mark. Makes up for it on the second time of asking, though. And the molly will make things awkward. Well mollied by INS, but coldzera is unexpected on the bomb site. The bomb tumbles to the floor, and coldzera gets more. It's INS left in a 1-on-3. And Cold's not giving him the opportunity. No free 1v1 fights to INS, and Cold wraps around the side. That is a masterclass from Cold on the B-bomb site.
That really was beautiful. He brings so much wisdom to this young squad as well. It's fantastic to see how he engages the different duels there. The last man on the site being Cold as his team are rotating through. Just showing, disappearing again, then moving to a different pillar entirely. Just disappearing like Batman. And popping up again for that final frag. Wonderful stuff from coldzera. Showing the value of experience there. Lineups for the back boxes again. You see Vexite already by the chair, no, not the chair position actually. He's behind the pillar for now though, and QZ with a focus, but Vexite will bide his time. So no early frags for either side just yet. But 0-0 Nation seem keen to fight in this mid area. Can see Dumao poking in connector as well.
Happy to take things slow on the Greyhound side. As you were saying earlier, 0-0 Nation, no strangers to CT aggression. So I think Greyhound are just waiting to see if any opportunities present themselves. As the round ticks on, the bomb will start to lean over towards A. Seen Greyhound willing to go back previously, but this time everyone committed towards this A side of the map except for Vexite on that mid lurk. See a couple of CTs are pretty committed to the bomb site. Especially the player in Sandwich. It might be difficult for them to help next in that position.
Scope can certainly be heard. Does the next swing. Are there more flashes for him? There's one in Palace that has to be dealt with. And then here is Liaz. Alistair will get his second frag though. Steal that one away. 4-on-2 then for Greyhound. The economy for 0-0 Nation is beyond on the ropes. They may need a miracle here. How does Lato even make it to jungle if they want to make a play? Normally, your man there coming through will have to come in late off of distraction from elsewhere, but there's only a single play to do that with. So I wonder what the plan is here for Cold. He'll give a sound cue away when he drops, and Lato's made his way towards the B bomb site. Looks like Greyhound will be tying the score once again. Maybe he wants to just make it expensive for them. They don't really have the money either. So this could be a gamble for Cold. He doesn't have a kit. He needs to move away from the bomb. He did. I will note he did drop silently. It's the AWP.
He didn't get tempted by trying to pick up the kit either. Oh, he goes back for it. The bomb just blew it towards him. He'll take that. And I like that Greyhound in this round switched things up slightly with more of a full commitment towards a bomb site. See Alistair there doing a good job at adjusting between those two angles. Initially, he was just tasked with holding CT spawn while his teammates scaled towards the site. But once he got that kill, got a nice trade. Yeah, I like that they are setting the precedent that in some rounds, they're going to try and play between the bomb sites and go back and forth. But you also have to have some rounds where you commit like that. And it looked like a really solid take there from Greyhound. Look at what it's done to the CT economy. 0-0 Nation all over the place here. They've got the AWP out. They've got one other rifle. Actually, two other rifles. The FAMAS on Doom out. Definitely some weaknesses. And again, it's NQZ AWPing the B apartments alone. But this time, Alistair ready for the angle. Now they've got to respond.
Yeah, I was going to say this is still quite a winnable round for 0-0 Nation. And let's not forget, we saw them with multiple unlikely clutches yesterday. But AWP being lost is quite significant, and Alistair knows how juicy a prize that is. Not sure if he spotted Cold Zero jump peeking there. Cold Zero certainly saw him, though.
Oh!
Yeah. Cold Zero next to his graffiti, ironically. The one getting shot by the AWP.
How's he alive?
Don't think he'll be doing anything graffiti-worthy in this round.
Yeah, unlikely. He took 2 ticks from Kelly. They've got this double stack in under Palace. Now that has allowed Lato to spring out unexpectedly. A couple of kills from his position. Sicko's alone right now. That was a fight he had to win, and he makes sure to deliver. And now he's got backup with the bomb arriving. Cold. Oh, he might actually get something going here. 4 HP, but he's got an AWP into his hands and a much more winnable 2v2 than I was expecting.
Dragon Law, no less. Heard rumors it does extra damage. The scope will end up being a bait now. Next has the info. And an AK-47 and the 1 versus 1. He knows exactly where Vexite is. He doesn't have a kit though. He needs the kill here. There is no way in hell he gets a 10-second defuse. Look how far back he's come. Vexite down to 50 HP. Really needs him to peek. Vexite's not believing it this time. He knows he's got time to play with. And next we will be forced away, but that's a great effort from 0-0 Nation. Again, still a dangerous round. Won't take the AWP away on this occasion, though. But fantastic effort from them. Greyhound, they played the time well at the beginning, but it started to betray them towards the end.
Yeah, it's just a shame for 0-0 Nation that was a round they fully committed to, because it means even though they did so much damage, you can't really follow up on it. Their economy is rubbish, so they're going to have to effectively full save. Still really well done to make the round close, but Vexite played that clutch smart. The way he just jumps across there initially, gets the info that the bomb isn't being stuck, and now this B site has been run over. There is no one here to defend it. Last time Greyhound have really gone for a round like this, where they're quick with an instant site take. And it's worked out nicely for them.
Awkward.
Ooh.
It's a nice pickup. AK-47 in the hands of Cold Zero. Looking like an interesting series so far, this. 0-0 Nation would love a flurry of rounds, though. Things have been difficult for a while. Very up and down, unstable economy. They need to change that. And things have, here and there been expensive for Greyhound as well. But on the T side, that is certainly more tolerable. Pulling away to 5 rounds now to the 3 of 0-0 Nation. Greyhound will take their first time out of the series. Speaking of the series, Mirage, Ancient, and Inferno, the 3 maps, if 3 are required.
Yeah, and I think with how Greyhound are playing right now, wouldn't be surprised if all 3 maps are needed. They're looking good on their map pick. Obviously, 0-0 Nation would be hoping that they could win on Ancient. Solid showing here from Greyhound, especially considering it wasn't an ideal start for them. They've done really well in these gun rounds. I think for 0-0 Nation, I am so happy to see coldzera playing so well at this tournament. His recent rating is one of the lower ratings on the teams in terms of his recent performance, but he always seems to show up internationally. And again, we're back to the quick B play from Greyhound.
They are absolutely sending it. coldzera's got a great angle, though. He will see the shadows as they make their way out. Backside gets popped immediately. AK coming to work there. Flashes are coming as well. That's only good for one. The trades will be favorable then for Greyhound. And again, if you could get enough trade frags into that bomb site, then it really compromises the rest of the retake here for 0-0 Nation. Ins should have been down there. The Krieg with a cameo appearance. In the 2v3 bomb planted, not yet. 0-0 Nation will absolutely go for this. Ins quietly rotating over. The 0-0 Nation wonder what might be. Let's not forget that rotation we saw earlier from the A bomb site to the B. Never quite know what could be happening here. Alistair, how long will he hold the angle for? There's a minute on the clock. 0-0 Nation will play for the plant.
Yeah, I wonder if they're somewhat concerned about a flank through short as well here on the Greyhound side. Nice flash from Alistair. The only flash that he had is used to get onto the site and get that bomb down. And now the retake will begin with a smoke to try and create some space for 0-0 Nation. It's a tight angle, but the nade is on point. NQZ chunked down low. He'll still try to find a way in, but now that he's been dealt with next, just has too many angles to deal with. Greyhound get even trades on their fast B play, put themselves in a nice position. And again, they don't rush things. They take their time, and they're able to close it out comfortably.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid strat versus a team who are teetering on the edge of their economy constantly. They take too many losses there and lose position as well, then they're throwing the good money after the bad. Things were kept close enough, though, for 0-0 Nation to poke and prod a little further, but the result is the same, and it's eco territory. There's that Krieg again for Ins.
No skin.
Skinless Krieg.
Why not?
When you've got that racing livery as well. It is
Actually,
nice,
it's kind of cool with the gloves, though.
Yeah, the skinless
Kinda
one
works.
Is just it still looks pretty sick.
Yeah. I do love that racing livery, Krieg, though. Wow. Where's that from NQZ? Over on A.
It's from out of space.
It's been traded. Ooh. Now this is where the low fire rate could be an issue. coldzera able to run that down. What's his Krieg spray look like, though? I doubt he's been using it recently.
If he's ready for the one-taps, then that will be quite something.
That's what you need.
It's basically a Deagle with a faster fire rate. That's how you should play it. Oh, he's pulled a grenade out and lost all position and his teammate, but there is the one-tap from Cold. More accurate than the AK even before you scope. 2v2. There's no kit, but they have nothing to lose here, really. I would love him to save that Krieg. He'll be saving the AK-47. That could be interesting. Post up in Biapsa or something with it. Maybe it's a difference maker.
I used to love stealing SGs on the CT side. It's just so good when you have that tight spray for the headshot at range. Oh, man. I used to be an SG player. Like, back in, like, 2016, I was an SG player when it was broken, and I was still terrible at the game. So that just shows how bad I am. I was basically playing with a perma buff, and I still sucked. It was also fun when you would die and give your opponents the SG, and they'd sit there like, I've literally never used this in my life. They'd have the worst sprays of all time.
If somebody got it on the B bomb site of Dust 2, though, like a CT, it's game over.
Oh, mate, yeah. That is filth.
So I liked that part of it, in that it was a dicey buy. It's like if you buy an auto sniper on a T side and the CTs get it. I mean, this is a niche example, obviously, because it's not so competitive, but then it's just, you're in so much more trouble in that respect.
Used to see it on Dust 2, spam those mid doors sometimes. Dust 2 is no longer in the map pool.
thank God.
I agree. Mirage is just a better dice. Oh.
Why check the corner?
Did not clear the corner there.
Like, absolutely did not check the corner.
That's what we call a lazy clear in the business.
Yeah. And that's not really a clear they can afford with a 3-7 scoreline on the CT side.
Oh, that's a cool smoke from Lato. Just deployed it from the B site, and it landed deep in the apartments. Make it difficult for Greyhound to make any progress on that side of the map. They're more focused on mid right now, though. Couple of smokes deployed for some standard mid control. I think with that man advantage, Greyhound just want to decide on their end goal here. Split towards the A site looks likely. CTs are set up pretty decently to deal with this, though. Dumal's incendiary is well timed. He might be able to get some assistance here. Greyhound are second guessing this.
Bombs up on short. There's no lurker for a split, though. Hopping over towards connector, and the split is on as it gets dropped, however. This A bomb site is quite busy. We see there's a big flank coming in. 27 seconds. And the thing is, they may never look for this because Greyhound like to hold position. And QZ's not gonna, Vexite not gonna wait for the second one. Lato, though, is entertained. He's busy now as they start to push, but he's held his position. Could have been 2 there, and that could have been as well. That bomb still needs to get planted, though. 10 seconds on the clock. They're lining up, but Liaz is here for the multi-frag, leaving coldzera in the clutch against 2 half-health players. Headshots would be fatal, but a puncture to the chest will be as well. Ins of the AWP finishes off the job.
Definitely one of the sketchier rounds for Greyhound there. Even with that flank into CT, you see the time pressure, I think, start to get to them slightly. They kind of overlook some positions. Sicko runs in first before Liaz clears that under Palace area. Luckily for them, Liaz is able to trade, and he landed a couple of really important shots there to make sure Greyhound hold on to that round win. Or out! That could have been a lineup if Greyhound weren't careful. NQZ not able to land a shot through the smoke on this occasion. Greyhound just slowly working that standard mid control. Again, leaving Vexite here to hold on to it. This time he will play from the chair position. Or Delpan, whichever you prefer.
Delpan used to ask me if he could borrow my skins. The answer was no. Those were never going to come back. Where are they now? Big fight round, connector. That's half the job done, though. Awkward for NQZ. Has to scope in towards Palace, and that does concede his position. As far as connector is concerned, plenty of time remains. 45 seconds on the clock. That bomb is rotating away. See a smoke posted up in B apartments. Oh, the timing! That's so important. coldzera takes over control of connector. 4v4, but where are Greyhound going? They don't really know. They don't have any vision towards ramp, but they'll hear and see them now heading towards that B bomb site. Lato trying to make some space for himself with the flashbang, changes position. He has delayed, and the cavalry might be here in time. Next has dropped a bomb. Sicko in the apartments, 1v3, 12 seconds on the clock. And it might be about saving the sniper. The flank is on the way as well, though. And he will be saving nothing. A much needed round then for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, spacing has been a little off on occasion for Greyhound, and I think that's a great example of it. There's a couple of players trying to storm the B bomb site way ahead of the rest of the pack. And that means that once 0-0 Nation win that first fight and have the rotation, it becomes very, very tricky for Greyhound to win that round. coldzera's just quietly been putting up the numbers. 15 kills for himself, and he wants more here. Playing this B short area. He's done a massive amount of damage, but no clean kill either way. NQZ also down to critical health. Greyhound will give that AWP over to the low health player.
0-0 Nation switching to a very forward setup then on the A-bomb site. You saw the urgency with which they took those positions. Very difficult job where next is. Every C2 has to play that position, has a lot on their shoulders. Looks like we might see a balcony burst, a palace pop, if you will. 3 players in situ, but what about Inns and Vexite? Dropping some smokes to pull attention towards the middle. They're suggesting a split of the B bomb site with these smokes top connector and in the window. And look at this push from the push down the ramp. We'll see absolutely nothing, but maybe it'll come just in time. The bomb is on the site though, and Inns is on the way round and back, 38 seconds, and this is slowing them down. Again, it's Liaz with a multi-frag. Do they have time to get into position on the site though? Cold Zero's got the cross. Liaz lurking on Tetris, denied, destroyed by Cold Zero, who buys time for Lato to rotate as well. Another burst and down goes in, leaving Sicko in a 1 versus 2. He's seen an elbow though, but he won't get the frag in time. Big response, big frags from Cold Zero in response to Liaz's multi-frags as well. Allows 0-0 Nation to get to 5.
Definitely seeing Liaz have a couple of moments with some multi-kills now. His aim starting to shine on through. But yeah, I cannot believe Greyhound just basically ran through the palace smoke with no utility. It's so wild, but the timing was crazy. NQZ was jumping up, and Dumao wasn't able to fully cover his teammate. Still turns into a round that 0-0 Nation are able to hold on to, though. And now Greyhound's buy is bruised. Only pistols in this one. Should make things relatively easy. Sicko somehow on the site with the Glock. It will lead to too much here as Cold Zero has arrived, but the Terminator has been dealt with. Thankfully, Dumao able to pick up the pieces, but Vexite has a chance here.
Oh,
the headshot from the top rope.
Absolutely clutchable, I was going to say. Even more so now. And he's so fast out of there because the bomb's in T spawn. Off he goes. No reason to stop, really. Just W all the way to B. Tech9's in a good place. Absolutely savage. Love the urgency from Vexite and Greyhound. Straight in for the plant, keeping an eye on the window. Back into the apartments with the black laminate as well.
With that plant position, it's a pretty damn good angle from the apartments. You don't even have to heavily peek out to see towards that bomb. So he'll just sit and say, all right, Lato, you've got to make the first move here.
He's got to smoke Lato, but I mean, this ain't matchmaking. Does he dare go for a smoke defuse? He might have to. Vexite could be absolutely anywhere. I think he's got to go for the gamble, really. He's put a smoke up. That bomb is ticking, though. Oh, the grenade, the combo. Oh, he's going to go for the blade, but he can't find the angle. There we go. Lovely style points. He is proud of himself. He is feeling himself.
Why the hell not? Jumping out of the apartments, knife in hand, stabs one way to make sure. Once he hears it hits the wall, he stabs the other. Give me that Tech9 kill again. Oh, man. He just didn't stop. Did not care. The fact it's a headshot as well makes it the more brutal, but great clutch from Vexite. He's been having a really good showing here. A 9-5 lead for Greyhound. Could well turn it into a 10-5 half. The defensive smoke already. They've seen the utility. It's this fast B play again. Oh, how does he win that fight? They're just winning every fight. 0-0 Nation didn't have the best buy, but they've just been brutalized.
Again, there's nothing they can really do, and there's no saving to be done either because it's the last round of the first half. I honestly wonder how many rounds we've had Liaz get 2 or more frags in this half. He has been instrumental in fighting for these bomb sites, be it A, be it B. Next and Dumao remain. No kit on their hands. Well, that's a brutal way to die. Dumao then holding an angle, denied by Sicko. 10 rounds at halftime for Greyhound. Some big action on Mirage. 0-0 Nation have a lot of revenge to get after the break.
Probably root for us because we're the underdogs. Always underdogs, and Australians are always chill, so chill guys, nice guys, no beef with anyone, so probably that reason.
Come on, support the little man, the underdog. It's always good to support the underdog. We're the little Australian team trying to make it happen.
It's a brutal honesty.
Yeah, well, we take those. We take it. Can I give the same answer as Josh? Just like, I don't know what you're doing. Bring I Am Sydney back.
Money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
Hand on the game, we are not playing the same. No, we not looking to change. Hand on the wheel, they think we lacking the drive. Boy, you should stay in your lane. Foot on the gas, I do not care if I crash, as long as I stick to the plan. What is the plan? I cannot lie for none of you, long as I know who I am. I'm in control, God got his hand on my soul. And if I land and he got the remote, made it as far as a miracle, miracle. Anything less is cynical, cynical. Staying true, I can't lie in your interview. Tell the truth while you lie with your interview. And your acting is so hypocritical. In control, nothing more, this is minimum. Can't stop now, I'ma grind till I'm ghost. I thank God how he held me down the most. Can't stop now, gotta grind till I'm ghost. Gotta thank God how he held me down the most.
Got the whole team on my back. I ain't worried about no stats. No time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
On a mission, on the move, gotta go, no, no. Ain't no time to waste my time. We don't slow down. You can have me in the
Second half is upon us here in the Spa of ESL Pro League. Well then, brute force from Greyhounds on the T side towards the B bomb site especially. Love that profile we saw of them during the break. It made me a fan and I bought myself some Greyhound stickers.
Hell yes. Really nice to see their mentality. I feel like Aussies always have a good, chill mentality. Never taking things too seriously. Always a good vibe. And it's going well for them on the server right now. It has translated. 10-5 lead. And here comes 0-0 Nation. A couple of smokes out to the A site. Let's see what Sicko can do on the hold. Not able to land that shot, but he makes up for it. And now with that one kill, he can absolutely just sit back and play retake. They have that kit to work with.
Indeed, the bomb has been planted. It's the first task done then for 0-0 Nation. Much more work to do, especially in that CT position. Oh, that's a painful one. Down goes Dumao as well. It's a long road to recovery now. Lato in a 1 versus 5 made 4 with the pop on Liaz, but not much else to be done there. Inns has perfect armor. I wonder about Vexite actually. If his armor's been touched or if he just took a headshot, because he might get that cheap helmet upgrade, which would be fantastic to get a rifle immediately as well.
Not sure if that was another jump shot from Vexite or if he jumped up onto the box, which is possible. Looked like he landed it though. Oh, he did. Shouldn't have taken anything away from him. Most pros can get that jump nowadays. And Greyhound with a really nice pistol. I think 0-0 Nation there, we're playing anti-flash in towards CT spawn. It is quite common for teams to get a couple of flashes in that CT pistol for that position, so can't blame them. It ends up being a round that goes against them. They've decided to force up here. Big commitment to this round for 0-0 Nation. coldzera trying to get the timing right. They do trade Liaz. There's still a second player on this B-bomb site. I think Vexite will just play for time here. Smoke down. He didn't expect Dumal, though. So man advantage here for the T side. This is a really good opportunity for them.
Yeah, that smoke being dropped really helps his team rotate into the site, gives them some extra angles to work with. Otherwise, this retake might be a non-starter, but they certainly have a chance. Next and Dumal, very heavily tagged. They're going to have to be real careful to survive this one. But it's awkward for Greyhound as well. Inns is low, Alistair with a scout. Super, super awkward. Who even goes first? The patience pays off as they punish next. Jiggle. 2 players remain. Sicko's got a kit, but he's got to find these frags. Dumal round the corner from default now. In a 1 versus 2. He's been spotted and swatted by Sicko. Another multi-frag for him. A big retake for Greyhound.
I've got to say, Greyhounds are looking pretty composed in some of these difficult scenarios here. I mean, Vexite sure gets kind of caught. I think he was ready for the angle against Dumal, just didn't win the fight. But on this retake, they're happy to take a little bit of time. You see Next gets caught out by the peek in towards him. That was almost awkward with the reposition from Dumal, but a nice adjustment from Sicko. Yeah, they took their time. They coordinate the retake well. Now 0-0 Nation don't have the same sort of investment. Just the one hero AK on Next with some deagles to back it up. We saw some great deagle shots yesterday from Lato, though. So always got to be aware when the deags are on board.
Greyhound trying to figure out where the threat may be, while limiting their own risk in their own investigation. Sicko's up close with the AK though, as far as Palace is concerned, but the heat map is currently over towards mid for the most part. Lato fishing. Not sure if he'd be spotted there, but does not want to engage just yet. 0-0 Nation looking to engage on their terms. Quite interesting watching Next clear those positions with the AK, but we'll talk about that later on because there will be some action here. The bomb is dropped, but there is Next to trade the pistoleros. That'll certainly help clear jungle. Crawl space vent hasn't been broken. Only 2 plays remain here for Greyhound. This is very awkward. That's not the perfect range for Liaz. Lato doesn't have Kevlar though, and Next doesn't have a helmet, so this is awkward for all concerned. Vexite blind and there. That one's super awkward, but Liaz has the information. And again, suddenly he might have the right tool for the job. If he can avoid the 1D, then he might have a chance because they're just not in the right situation to go up against a fast-moving MP9. And again, Greyhound just about to escape.
And yesterday we had 0-0 Nation winning a bunch of clutch rounds against OG to bring things back. In this one, it's been all Greyhound. In these tense, close scenarios, they've been coming out on top. They've won a couple of clutches now. 0-0 Nation don't seem to have the answer. That's what I love about Liaz. I think on the first half, you saw a lot of his aggressive rifling, but he's someone who I would say is almost more suited to some of these sort of late-round clutch scenarios. Very cerebral player. So the fact he's capable of both is always a great asset to have, that sort of versatility. Look at Greyhound fighting mid aggressively. A couple of players in this round. They are up against a full buy from 0-0 Nation. And mid control not established for the T side early. Taking their time.
Can't plant the bomb in mid. Greyhound content, allowing 0-0 Nation to run shenanigans there. Short may be another story though. We see a combination of flashbangs, but again, there's nobody really here to receive them. But with the smoke towards top connector, things will get interesting. You can see Dumal trying to clear it out with the molly. But there'll be a smoke on either side. 50 seconds remain. Sicko spots one underneath. That smoke will help him escape, actually. But where will the first frag be in? Avoids a flashbang. Very nice work from him. Nudo steps for a bait, but the continuation spray from Cold Zero makes it 4-on-4. 37 seconds remain now as Vexite gets dropped. Got Liaz creeping around that short area. As the bomb heads away from mid. 2 players creeping now. Next to Cold Zero around that connector position as they wait for the bomb to make the way towards ramp. But that clock is ticking so much. There's going to be a scramble to plant the bomb, surely.
Oh, almost the lineup from Liaz. Just the 1 kill confirmed from it. But as you said, that time is the biggest issue here for 0-0 Nation. They need that bomb plant. Where is it? Finally, they go for it. And next, well, they don't even need the bomb plant because they unload all the kills in quick succession. Still sketchy, but a much needed round win there for 0-0 Nation. It does mean that Greyhound's economy is reset. So if there was any chance for the comeback, this is the round they needed to win to start it.
Such a dangerous round to play. They had to, that was really protect the VIP. All those kills trying to stop that planter from planting the bomb. Absolute madness. But they've finally broken Greyhound again. As I said before, Greyhound narrowly escaped again in that last round they won. And now that they haven't escaped, they are broken immediately. A land of opportunity awaits 0-0 Nation then, but these Deagles will be dangerous. 2 smokes to potentially slow them down in the hands of Greyhound. As we know, 0-0 Nation like a slow and methodical round. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Must note that Greyhound have Alistair boosted on default as well. So if this does end up being a later round towards B, that might have a significant part to play, but it looks like 0-0 Nation might poke in a little earlier.
It's always a cheeky way of trying to catch people out. And Dumal will be the first man in. Vexite able to turn back. Vexite not able to get any more, but do they expect Alistair? Normally this position will be cleared, and NQZ hits him with the no-scope. You see Alistair's reaction is one of dismay there because he realized there were players running around him. That's maybe an unnecessary peek. A nice shot from Ince with the scout. The advantage is still so solid for 0-0 Nation. I don't know if Greyhound have a way back in on this retake.
I wonder if he was hard checking it or if he saw his pistol swinging around as he was looking to the left or the right hand and the right hand side.
Oh man.
Not too shabby, is he, with this scout? Oh man.
Okay.
That's so expensive.
Yeah. Not worth. I mean, I guess their economy should be fine in the long run, considering they are already 13-7 down. It could still become a factor, though, depending on how this plays out. Definitely running into the site, not clearing initially. I don't know if he saw it or if he just had an inkling there. Timeout taken by 0-0 Nation. Just wanting to make sure they know exactly what they're up against in this round. Of course, there were a couple of guns saved by Greyhound. They have to consider, but not enough money for a proper buy.
Close to the finish line. Greyhounds, but not there just yet. See if Inns can continue. I hope they never touch the scout, honestly, because it's so satisfying. The movement speed, like it's so well balanced. It's so much fun, and it feels amazing. Swing on Inferno and just pop somebody T-ramp.
And it's obviously a really high skill weapon to hit headshots like that. When you see it at the pro level, I just can't believe it. I think it's over in America. There's one player who plays Pugs only with the scout, and he's like really high elo.
You know, there's more than one. I've run into people like that before, but he's like the current one. But there have been others as well.
Imagine a tournament where you're only allowed to use the scout. I'd watch that. Maybe not scout knives, although that's also fun in its own way.
I miss Scout's knives, although I don't think it would live up to the nostalgia. today.
And 0-0 Nation love their slow pace, don't they? Ooh, Next was trying to line up a smoke. His shoulder was sticking out. Here comes the storm into Palace. I think Liaz can probably hear some of those steps, and this stack looks a little dangerous.
No one ever goes for that wallbang.
No.
Molotov will go downstairs, but what about upstairs? Liaz! Just the one.
He's trying to pivot.
A noble effort. A noble effort. Oh, again with that scout. Please tell me it's stat track. 8 rounds on the board then for 0-0 Nation. They'll be relieved that they have taken that scout away.
We do have an AWP up against them now. And Alistair has been a little quiet. I think he had a couple of rounds with the AWP on that first half. But now on CT side is where you would really want your AWP to spring into action here, especially when 0-0 Nation have just started to mount a little comeback. You have got the full buy that Greyhound were waiting for. And 0-0 Nation not going for the instant mid control. Very happy to slowly but surely work their way around the map. Question has to be, do Greyhound go for any CT aggression at some point? If the clock does tick down, if you get the timing right, you can get some very valuable information. But for now, a fairly standard default setup from both teams. Smoke into window from 0-0 Nation, but Greyhound just re-upped on that connector smoke from one of their B players, so that they can stay sticky on that position. See, that means the connector player has another smoke for that area of the map. This time is starting to tick a little now for the T's. They've got the mid control. Let's see what they can do with it.
In's keeping an eye on that light. See if anybody gets in the way. We hear the footsteps towards short though, which means that Liaz is in some trouble because he is alone. We know he's good for a multi-frag though. Playing around the smoke for now, but that will soon be gone. Lato's on the way. Down goes Liaz, but indeed the bomb is heading elsewhere. And maybe it's the sound cues that Dumal's got from that jungle position, hearing all those rotations coming through towards B. They've made the right play, but there are 9 seconds on the clock. And if Sicko finds an angle, then who knows? He won't do. Bomb is planted.
Ooh.
It's a hell of a call from 0-0 Nation, and it is working. They're in a 4 versus 2 now, and Alistair and Sicko are somewhat stuck. There goes the AWP, and there goes the M4 as well. 0-0 Nation just 4 rounds behind Greyhound now.
Look at the reaction from Dumal. I think they're getting loud and proud now on the 0-0 Nation side, because they can feel that the tension is there for Greyhound. I think this is a round where maybe earlier on in this half, Greyhound don't react like this with that over-rotation. But they felt like Liaz was alone on that B site. Pressure maybe starting to get to them as they rotate everyone over to B. A fair play to 0-0 Nation. A great call to come back to A. coldzera hungry in this round. Instantly in with the opener. Only against the pistols, but still good to see. And Alistair's turn with the scout. Apparently the scout is always good for one. I don't know if we've seen a timeout yet from Greyhound. I feel like that's got to come soon. Maybe ahead of this next gun round.
We saw one in the first half after they had won a round. But not in these struggles for sure. Showing too much R-spec sight. This is a hell of a comeback from 0-0 Nation. Again, just a reminder, if you're not familiar, Taco, who is normally on the roster, has taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. And he's their in-game leader. So that creates a very difficult situation for 0-0 Nation to find success in. But as we can see, they are finding success. The mid to late round calls as well, especially the nature of the ones we're seeing here with the information and communication we're seeing from the team. Not easy calls to make on a good day. And they are doing them successfully on this T side so far. And there's that timeout you were looking for.
Yeah, had to come at this point. Doesn't look like there's a coach on the Greyhound side, actually. They will just have to talk amongst themselves. But for 0-0 Nation, I do really seeing the value of having coldzera in this sort of position. He was always someone who would come up with a lot of ideas, a secondary caller, and he's been doing a lot of the talking, a lot of the fragging as well. Been really performing here. Let's see what Greyhound decide to do. The thing I'm scared about here is Greyhound, I feel like, are starting to turtle up slightly. I haven't really seen them making as many proactive plays. And we saw in that earlier gun round that 0-0 Nation were able to play with that. So maybe this is going to change now for Greyhound. They have had a little peek in towards a ramp early in this round. So that's already a little further forward than previous. And a slightly different setup, leaving mid completely exposed. Stacking 3 players towards A early instead.
Hold on a second. Sicko is just around the corner. Oh, he's got to get that kill. Look at the transfer. Dumal knows what else might be going on. But what does this mean? What do all these grenades mean? Do they figure out that it was only him throwing them? A push towards B, a split towards B. We've got Lato in the high ground, a big swing from coldzera. And next is late to the party. He'll be traded by Liaz. Buy time, try and find a route for his teammates to rotate in. They're so far away though. Only Alistair was on the way. I don't think he's going to get there in time. Another collapse for Greyhound.
Yeah.
Indeed it isn't. 3 versus 2. It gets even harder now. Another latecomer here in Inns. This one looking real rough for Greyhound. Got to be careful about the barrel of his gun. His moderator revealing his position. You can hear Lato though. He's got 1/3 of the information. And this one might be for free. Lato's dancing though, jiggling. Looking for the trade fraggers, but they won't matter. An 11th round then for 0-0 Nation. They are storming back on this T side.
This has been a brutal streak against Greyhound, and I think you can start to see the mentality of the Greyhound guys has been, I would say, damaged recently because some of their international results have been so poor. They came into Katowice in the play-ins. They weren't able to win a single series. Were knocked out by MIBR early on. They haven't been as successful in their international tournaments. And that's what you've got to be concerned about here. You can kind of just see it in the way they're playing. The fight's not taken with as much confidence. That's a good dink. On to next. Alistair. Oh, he tried to run in and capitalize, but didn't expect Dumal to be babysitting his teammate. And these pistols already down a man here.
Oh, double peeking coming.
Okay, Sicko here with more backup. But he gets glocked.
Inns might have a nice angle here. Inns won't have a nice angle here. What will the timing be like? He's just got to walk through the smoke, surely. It is what it is. On to the next one. 12 rounds now. Just 1 round behind our 0-0 Nation, and surely the pressure has to be so high for Greyhound. Feels like eons since they won a round on their CT side. Now would be a great time to do so, because otherwise they will be losing the lead. It has been 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
For their opponent.
It's Greyhound who started with the first 3 rounds on the CT side. And we've hit the gun rounds. They've been so one-sided against them. And even their round wins on CT have all come from defusal. So they would love a round win here, and this is a faster play from 0-0 Nation. Standard A smokes at the ready. Next, leading the charge here. Sicko so blind on the site, can't do anything to stop this aggression. They're already down a man, but that bomb is taking its time to cross to the site. That's the only silver lining right now. Oh, he's behind him.
So blind. Bomb planted. This is chaos. Alistair and Liaz have an opportunity, but not an easy one. 2v3. Glass being broken around his feet. Liaz doesn't know where they all are. Got a rotation out of Palace, round the back from Lato. All three playing the ramp. Or are they? He's going even further. This guy's on a journey. They don't seem to be going for it. Liaz has the kit, but they're backing off indeed. It will be another lost round by Greyhound. 0-0 Nation. Rotation turns into a hunt now. They try to take more weapons away. How do they stop the bleeding here, Greyhound? They've lost so many rounds in a row. I don't know how many have felt that close.
Yeah, I mean, that's a round where Sicko is just so committed to the A bomb site. And once he eats those flashes and goes down early, it just puts his team so dramatically on the back foot there. Switch up from 0-0 Nation, maybe catching Greyhound off guard. We haven't seen just a quick bomb site play like that up until this point. Greyhound unable to counter it. It's actually a 0-0 Nation timeout here as they've tied things up. We've realized that this game is absolutely here for the taking. You'd have to say they're probably favorites at this point. Greyhound just cannot get anything going on this CT side.
Yeah, this is getting very, very worrisome now for Greyhound, especially versus a team missing their in-game leader. Of course, they've got the wisdom and individual prowess skill of the likes of coldzera. But you've got to capitalize on your chances. Sometimes you need your back to the wall to find that extra gear and force things forward. Both teams with their backs to the wall now. Of course, 0-0 Nation's situation dictates that also. A lot of utility exchange as we head to the 1 minute remaining mark, and Vexite has some work to do. Sicko from the ninja position, looking towards Palace again. Bomb holding on the rampers. They will hear Alistair's rotation towards CT from B. We can see Dumas going for a flank immediately, or maybe not. Holding position for now, and again, they're just playing off of these rotations. They hear that rotation, and they'll start heading towards B. But what of Liaz in the ladder room? Has he been hurt as well?
Oh, Dumas tried to activate early, but Alistair was covering that CT area. He tried to get a flank going, but now it is this B side of the map that has to be focused on. Liaz in a position where he doesn't have to commit. He spots the first man. Oh, but he gets flanked by coldzera, who turns onto the connector player. Finally, Alistair hits him with the no-scope, but this clutch is not going to be easy.
Oh, that's beautiful from Alistair. The movement to get into that position so fast as well. But where is next? Has to go for that awkward reload as waits to find that last player now. The urgency is so high. They both need to deliver. Only one team can take the lead here. Smoke is up. It's going to be even harder to find next now. Running out of time for this fourth kill. Oh, he's just about seen him, surely. Suggesting the ninja 360. He's blind as well. But he's still not finding the last player. Is there time? Surely there isn't. There can't be time for this. Oh, it's going to be so close. He's done it! I can't believe it! I thought it was over! No way did he do that after what just happened.
I don't think he believed it himself. I was looking at his face. I thought he assumed he didn't have it. And you see the release as soon as they win the round. He's had such a quiet game, but this is what Alistair is capable of. Some ridiculous shots landed in the midst of all the madness.
Smokes, 360s, eating flashbangs, and still clutching the round. I thought that was over. I had the music in my head, but it wasn't time for the curtain call. Oh boy, that was crazy.
I feel like he even like bumped on the wall and it slowed him down as he ran to the bomb. I thought that was what was going to be the difference. But no, he's able to get the defuse. And Greyhound get a round that they so desperately needed. Even just for the mood of the team, I feel like that's going to help them. And Alistair had just been so quiet. We hadn't seen anything from him on the CT side. Well, he's the man that springs to life to put Greyhound back into good position. But look at this from 0-0 Nation. Out to A early. No one here to stop them.
Critical rounds. Greyhound are going to be broke at the worst point if they don't win this round. 14 apiece and no money is not something they can tolerate. 0-0 Nation plant the bomb, sending it through the smoke now. Next is down. Flashbang didn't work. Liaz avoids another one. Disengages for now. Plenty of kits on these players. 5 on the 4. They've got util as well. Once these smokes are gone, 0-0 Nation are going to have to deliver. See him out, changing his position. Only sees one of them. 5 on 3 now. That bomb is planted so open. They're going to have to find all these frags. And that clock is ticking. 2 smokes on the bomb. Coldzera again looking for the multi. Finding 2. The transfer as well. Look at these frags from 0-0 Nation. They absolutely wipe out Greyhound. They have almost nothing now. Brutal. Fantastic comeback for 0-0 Nation. 2 for nail these rounds.
I almost feel like Greyhound got a little desperate there. They just get on towards that bomb so quickly. Maybe they can just fake it out and try and play for frags. You know Coldzera's in such a committed position. You know you've got to get him out of there because he's so close to that smoke. It's much easier to spray that bomb. He's able to do exactly that. And now Greyhound's money is in trouble. 0-0 Nation not wasting any time here. They want the lead and they want it now. And Alistair caught out early. Good crosshair placement from Dumao and Lato to get their opening picks. Ooh. Even after the initial miss, Xite able to recover. He has had some good rounds in the B apartments, but not meant to be this time. Xite spots them out. Not much he can do here with the Deeg, though. Bomb's still in the apartments. Should be delivered safely onto the site. It's going to be 15 for 0-0 Nation. They are going to reach map point first in a crazy twist of events.
Wow. Absolutely crazy. The failure rate for Greyhound on their CT side, basically, if you ignore the pistol, they've essentially won a single round. For all intents and purposes. Obviously, with the pistol comes rounds 2 and 3, unless something goes wrong. 0-0 Nation have been on a tear on this T side, and they've brought it all the way back, not even to overtime. They've taken the lead.
Double
for this first
setup.
map, for this first map, it'll be last chance saloon for Greyhound. Indeed, the 2 snipers are out. Inns and Alistair, both around the A bomb site with these snipers.
Almost feels like they just want to change something at this point to give them the opportunity. But honestly, with the way 0-0 Nation have been playing, I don't feel like the Orcs have had many opportunities. The utility has been pretty damn solid. Some fake nades out towards A. Sicko mollied into the open, but that flash was really good to force Dumao back. Elsewhere, Alistair not ready. NQZ gets the timing just right, and this B split is being prepared.
Greyhound don't seem to understand what's happening here. Got Vexite leaving the B bomb site, going towards CT spawn, and Liaz is in trouble. He is utterly surrounded now. They've lost so many angles on this bomb site. Vexite moving into the AWP, and the dream is collapsing for Greyhound in the first map of the series.
Hins lands a shot, but it's surely not enough. 2v5 unless there are some catastrophic mistakes. 0-0 Nation are about to confirm this map win. Int desperately looking for any way in, any peeks on towards him, but 0-0 Nation sit back and relax because they know they have this. 16-14, a monumental comeback for 0-0 Nation and a devastating map loss for Greyhound on their map pick.
Absolutely huge comeback for 0-0 Nation. Great for morale considering the circumstances as well. As for Greyhound, they capitulated on that CT side. Utter disaster from them, and they'll have to do things the hard way once we get to Ancient.
If you ain't catch everything I said, better run it back. Eating up this beat, break bread, where your sandwich at, y'all. Thought I was done? No, this beat ain't like Kobe, I'm 2-4. My God, took old mode, he too cold. I'm skating on beats, froze on with the flow.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the...
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
No need for the telephone hype. It's all action on the server. Most of it going 0-0 Nation's way in that second half. After a great effort in the first from Greyhound, but they certainly came up short when it was time to switch sides.
Yeah, that is so unfortunate. And I feel like if Greyhound hadn't had some struggles and poor results recently, maybe they would have been stronger mentally, maybe it wouldn't have gone as badly for them, but you just see the confidence drained from the players as it goes on. Even when Alistair wins that one clutch, it almost seemed like it was a scream out of relief and him saying, finally, we've done something. And then it still goes against them. I don't know how the hell you bounce back from this. They're going to need such a strong mental right now.
Yeah, I don't know how many bye rounds they came close. They felt close to winning in that second half. Like maybe we saw some 2v2s, some 3v3s here and there, but it didn't feel like they were ever like in control of things on their CT side once the bye rounds came through. So indeed, that was extremely difficult for them. We saw some great late calls on the T side from 00 Nation as well. Again, playing without their normal IGL. Plays like that are some of the hardest to make, and they made them effectively in this game at the very least.
Yeah, they played really well. You have to give it to them on that second half. And I think that is the kind of style that coldzera has shown he's clearly wanting to call for the team. I've got to assume he's doing a lot of the talking, a lot of the ideas and the strategies for the squad. And it's paying off for coldzera because he has been popping off throughout this tournament so far. You know, still only 3 maps in, but the performances he's having are incredible. I think he ended on nearly 30 kills, maybe 28 in the end. And, you know, the first half, it's crazy thinking back on this, because it was Greyhound that were winning rounds. You would never expect them to win like that Vexite clutch. It just did not happen at all for them in the second half.
Yeah, utterly crazy action. But again, I'm very impressed by 00 Nation in the circumstances. But I think this is going to be a great test of Greyhound's mental as well, to see if they can turn things around the hard way. Again, on their opponent's pick of Ancient afterwards, because this has to be a really long, dejecting half of Counter-Strike to play. To get to 40, then to get no further. And again, they must have felt very lost in a number of those rounds in that second half. So most unfortunate for Greyhound, but fantastic for 00 Nation. Both teams fighting to stay out of the lower bracket and proceed in the mid one. It's not an easy bracket for either of these sides, but it only gets harder the more matches you lose.
They absolutely can't afford to go down to that lower bracket so early. Very hard to come back from that. So, I mean, they've got to get things figured out. I think for 00 Nation, now you go into Ancient, and you can absolutely play that same style on the T side. We saw them trying it against OG, and if they can just tighten things up slightly, they could very well just sort of poke and prod across the map, make Greyhound uncomfortable, start to drag the CTs across the map. And I mean, if that happens again, then it's hard to see Greyhound doing much against it, because they didn't show that they knew how to deal with that.
Ancient comes shortly. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo! Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo! I can never get enough. You crank, get money, need a new set. Try to go again, session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough. Yeah, we been going up on a Tuesday. I'm Bruce Lee, turn your ego into souffle. Feel new, that pop bottles a Douce with my real new. That's down south like Bousse. turn the VIP into the projects. Don't pay attention to the goals that y'all set. I'm out in Bali, girl from Somali. Put her in a ring and I'ma hit her with the ollie. Started up the business, turned that into a car. Used to work the lobby, moved it up a couple floors. Views of the hood, turned that into the shore. I just made another M, I gotta go get me some more. Tell the waitress, short another round. Millie on my wrist, I bust it down. King in my city, wear the crown. Got a check, need another now. I can never get enough. Woo! Yeah, that's right. I can never get enough. Come on. Woo! I can never get enough. You can't get money, need a new set. Try to go against session, need a new bet. Been here 10 summers, boy, and I ain't lose yet. Cause I can never get enough.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team. I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, get the time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pay, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me the trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the
Oi, oi, Savaloy. Wait, that's the English one, not Australian. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Ancient is the second map of the series. Greyhound pipped to the post on their pick of Ancient. Heavy losses on their CT side. It's time to turn things around. It's time to enact revenge and force a third map. The only question is, can they do it?
Yeah, and that's an important question to answer right here. I think the first thing we need to see is signs of strength early on this map. I don't want them to get off to a bad start and have to show that mental resilience because they just didn't have it on the first map. Greyhound have definitely got to show us that they have some depth here as they are going into their opponent's pick on Ancient. It is not a map we have seen Greyhound play in the last 3 months. Last time they played it was back in October in 2022. So quite a while ago that they played an official map on it. But who knows if that will play into their favor. Maybe there's, you know, little scouting to be done on them. So that's something.
This music is amazing. I'm jamming in my chair.
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
Looks like there's still a Mirage, so there we go. We'll get it switched over shortly. Oh, we turned it up? Hell yeah. I don't want to speak over this. I don't want to ruin it.
No, I'm just vibing.
Everyone at home, just take a few seconds to vibe. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, look at that. Alrighty.
You can't help but talk, can you? You can't help. You feel the anxiety. I must say something.
Listen, man. You know, gotta say something.
With Dan, sometimes we would almost like have a game of chicken.
Oh,
where we'd be looking at each other to see who would talk first, and we'd like just refuse to talk for ages, to the point of it being beyond reasonable, of course. But no, this is awesome. It's actually, I think the best DJ on Twitch is a house DJ who has a channel called Lost in House. So definitely check her out. She is live almost every day. If you ever see me sim racing on my own Twitch, I always have her sets playing in the background because they are goated. Such good music to have on in the background. And this is great music as well. So credit to the curator of the music out here. So indeed, Ancient is upon us and will soon be starting. It's an ugly ass map, but I'm expecting to see some beautiful Counter-Strike from the likes of 00 Nation and Greyhound.
That's what we are hoping for. We saw 00 Nation on this map yesterday, playing an incredibly close one against OG. Multiple overtimes. We weren't able to close it, but they showed us they are definitely worthy opponents on this map. They will be starting on the T side. A couple of P250s and nades picked up for them. While for Greyhound, I feel like you get the dualies a lot on Ancient. Oftentimes in that cave area. This time Liaz actually playing over towards A with the dualies early on. And he might be the first point of contact here.
Very, very awkward to deal with that, especially when your trade fragger is carrying the bomb. Cold Zero hiding alone in long now as his teammates try to breach CT spawn. Flashes coming in from the CT side. This is a very interesting layout for a pistol round. The bomb's been lost now. Lato could do something about it though. Patient shots with the P250, trying to find Sicko as well, but running low on bullets, now alone. Instant trade, and the pistol goes the way of Greyhound. Some success after many failures on Mirage. Great way for Greyhound to start Ancient.
Yeah, that's big. You can't get off to a bad start on CT Ancient, especially after that previous map was so tough for you. I think it's really nice for them to win the pistol, and especially denying the bomb plant. You're not even going to have to be too worried about a big force buy, although 00 Nation have invested here. The pistol's picked up alongside a lot of utility. And, oh man, Lato, I thought he was going to catch that first player out there, but backside saves him.
What kind of resolution is he playing? I don't feel like he didn't even see him. Maybe he's invisible. Very strange stuff. Two flashes in the hands of coldzera. Not the easiest angles to throw them from, though, but they will be thrown. Easily avoided by Alistair, at least. And the cleanup is here. Bomb is dropped. And then QZ will find himself in a 1 versus 5. There's the first kill for him. Now, these close quarters, he can invite some more peeks. There is some favor to be had with the Tech 9, but there's also some favor to be had with the MP9. 2-0 for Greyhound.
Yeah, I don't mind Greyhound hunting those kills pretty aggressively there. Get a bit of confidence behind your players. And this one should be a big confidence builder for the CTs. So we have almost no investment coming out from 0-0 Nation. This is definitely the start that Greyhound needed here. See 0-0 Nation might just send it towards the B site in this round. The nades are going to be tough, though. Oh, dear. No Kevlar. You're going to get melted.
Aggressive start from Greyhound. Just trying to eliminate the threats. I love the response you can have where it's like, I'm tired of this! And you can just go flying in with an MP9, but that P250 does have increased armor penetration, and it will yield a kill. Not many that we've seen so far, but of course, I'm sure that's about to change. AWP out immediately for NQZ here for 0-0 Nation, looking for their first round on Ancient.
Yes, indeedy. And they will have a goodbye on the back of it. Out for NQZ, so everything that they could want here. Meanwhile, Greyhound have their own sniper. Important that you have this early mid utility down as the CT side. Clearly, Greyhound have that at their disposal. Oh, there's no one on A right now for Greyhound, and 0-0 Nation are poking, prodding, and they are about to realize this A site is much more open than they might expect.
Bursts will not do the job on this occasion for Sicko, and we've got some early problems here for Greyhound, especially with the loss of position. CT spawn might be a question mark for them as Alistair creeps forward. Vexite lost already, but that's the bomb, and that will change everything. Surely they commit to this one now. 3 on 4. Things start to slow down now. Alistair with a great angle, but can't get enough of a connection on NQZ. He's still alive. The pre-fry from the MP9 could be brutal. The bomb's been found, but coldzera's in trouble from both sides. This one's collapsing for 0-0 Nation. Alistair still here with the AWP. Lato and NQZ are all that remain. Alistair creeping around the smoke, but Lato's being patient. There's so much time on the clock still.
Alistair sticking around behind this smoke. Oh, we heard the reload. Doesn't get the kill, though. Another leg shot lands onto Lato. But that means both remaining players are so low on health. And Alistair with the Tech 9 gets both of them out of there. Triple kill on the round. Greyhound up to a 4-0 lead. I feel like 0-0 Nation were maybe trying to play with the fact that they had so many slow rounds yesterday. And maybe they were hoping that Greyhound were expecting them to start slow. So they went for this quick play. Just the response from Greyhound was impressive. Despite being out of position, they're able to do enough.
A regrettable round for 0-0 Nation. They'll have a lot of Kevlar in this one, though, as they send it into the B bomb site. Sicko's only good for 1. That rifle can be collected. It will need to be reloaded, though. We see the urgency from Greyhound as they move forward. Nex has got a great angle. That re-smoke is going to be brutal. Absolutely slows things down. Surely Greyhound have to wait for that. Half the team stuck behind one smoke. The other side's been re-smoked as well. This is going to kill so much time. 3 of these 4 players with Kevlar here for 0 as well. Suddenly this round looks likely for them.
Those deep smokes ending up being real issues here for Greyhound. They're finally making their move, but the trade's back looks solid. Ints looking to do more. Second kill confirmed, but NQZ comes through with the Tech 9. And 0-0 Nation secure their first round with that fast B play.
He didn't seem to have a gun ready for the trades. Not sure if he was offering something towards CT maybe, but that awkwardness really worked out for 0-0 Nation. And that's such a costly round for Greyhound as well. Not the kind of round you want to lose. So awkward, so much util with those smokes post-plant. Brutal for those choke points, killed so much time. And now with an unlikely round, a round where maybe they were going for damage, 0-0 Nation have got a chance to put Greyhound on eco.
Yeah, I think 0-0 Nation ran that play yesterday. Just weren't able to scale onto the site as effectively with that deep smoke put straight in towards CT on that B side of the map. Here is Liaz, blinded early. Still going to stick around. Another flash. 2 players here, but they're going to be quickly dealt with. And Sicko, as the first responder, doesn't have much of a chance here to get a kill before that bomb gets planted. Surely the save has to be on their minds here.
Yeah, this one's donezo. Seems the CT issues will resume for Greyhound early on then in this game of Ancient. Really can't afford to lose another rifle here, and it seems they may not, as we've got a quadruple donut hold from 0-0 Nation. Talk about a bait setup. Second round on the board then.
Oh, God, Doomao nearly died to the bomb.
I have to wonder if 0-0 Nation are firmly in the driving seat already as far as Ancient is concerned. How much trouble might Greyhound be here? Might they be? What I wanted to say. They've got no recorded maps recently on Ancient. Been playing a lot of Inferno and Nuke, but it may not get that far if things continue in this fashion.
Yeah, that is the concern right now. Guns saved into this round. A couple of players obviously without rifles. Alistair trying to activate. He has got a kill towards mid. It is a 1-for-1 early, and it is one of the rifles dropped. Someone nearby to pick it up, but coldzera tried to get flashed in. Sicko able to dodge the flash nicely. And so Greyhound come away with this man advantage. Maybe wrote them off a little too early. Oh my God, the aggression from Sicko. This is wild.
And
too wild,
punished.
apparently.
Oh, you can see the frustration on that one. It's all down to Alistair now. He needs to find some frags. Risks have to be taken in this 3v3. Got to make an aggressive play, but you know 0-0 Nation, there's a fair chance they'll just wait for that. Liaz is the man having a look towards mid. Won't see that trajectory, but you might hear the players towards Donut. Alice is on the wrong side of the map now. So key. However, if Liaz's timing is right, then he might find an AWP. Does he see the barrel? Does he see the barrel?
What?
Surely someone must have. They wouldn't have shown anything on the radar because it wasn't the player. Oh, nobody must be watching his POV. There was a small window of opportunity there, but now Alice is going to go to his doom instead. Very unfortunate. That was a small chance for Greyhound. Now they've lost their AWP.
I mean, there's rifles dropped back towards B. If you just want to save the rifles, but getting that AWP back is tricky. So Liaz, I think, just taking the consolation prize at this point. I wouldn't mind Vexite hanging around mid. Maybe see if the bomb blasts the AWP towards him. But maybe he is just going to see if there's another rifle to be recovered. I don't know if he gets here in time. Rifle was a little far away on the right side. Oh, he's got it. He's okay. So 2 guns saved, but that AWP being lost is actually a factor here. They can't get an AWP into this round unless Sicko wanted to buy 1 glass cannon. So Sniper lost. A bit of a shame there for Greyhound that they didn't spot that gun barrel. Ended up costing them much more than you would want it to. Damn, okay, no kit for Alistair. Just the 1 defuse kit. AWP is always trying to save that money. And damn, that is so quick. Doomao out mid. Instant kill in this round, but he is trapped and run down by Vexite.
It's a great response, but Lato's looking for opportunities as well. Vexite will have to be careful. think he's silently moved into a safer position over towards Red Room now. 0-0 Nation have got some nice positions around B. They'll look to harass this cave position soon. If they can clear that out, then surely they'll be on for something here. Now, will there be some kind of proactive play from Greyhound? Alice is over towards A with an M4. Ins and Sicko are moving together at times, but it seems to be a reactive situation for Greyhound at this point.
Yeah, it does look like it. Flash in, though. So Sicko will see that ramp was clear for now. And 0-0 Nation are starting to move towards mid, with a couple of CTs that could try and work together in those fights. Oh, Alistair's just been dealt with in Donut, though. Backside's about to activate, but the bomb's actually going back to B right now. I think they've realized that, but Sicko goes aggressive, spots the shadow, and gets back to safety. He's still got to be concerned about these separate angles right now. Turning both ways could be uncomfortable. NQZ in position. The bomb is unsure. 15 seconds. Where is that bomb going to end up? It's going back to B. 10 seconds. I think he should just have time to get to the bomb site and get it down in this 2v2. Oh, it's so close, but he's got it.
Really running that clock down. Every second is a second of information for coldzera, who moves down the ramp to his doom. 1v2 now for NQZ. 2 rifles versus the AWP. They're separated. Great flick from NQZ, and now he can play for the beeps. Still has an angle on that, but he'll lose it eventually. Backside doesn't have a kit, though. Can he draw NQZ out? He's going for the frag instead, and he'll go straight into the AWP. Awkward without their kit. Again, only one player had one, and that'll cost them.
Nice composure from NQZ. Definitely an AWPer who's capable in these clutch scenarios when he has to isolate fights. Kept his cool throughout the round. This is the shot. Really good flick. Instantly turned around. Instantly had the awareness. And even when the molly was put in play, he stayed comfortable in that clutch scenario. And now 0-0 Nation really spring into life here. You can see Greyhound by limited. That means they will stack this B site with almost every player. So there is a chance 0-0 Nation run into this pistol stack. There's also one flash still available in the hands of Vexite. So if we see some aggression, maybe that's the way they can try and activate here. Okay.
He's going to have to fight for another one, Liaz. And he will be traded. Alistair a goner as well. Not the most threatening round for 0-0 Nation to deal with, but these Desert Eagles can still be dangerous. This is winnable now. If you look at the damage that's been done, this Desert Eagle could finish some players off. The remainder of 0 Nation heading towards the A-bomb site. Innes has got the sound cues. Vexite can start running. That clock going this far down as well is a problem because there are a few angles to hold here.
Ooh.
Which way do they look? Oh, there we go. 27 seconds now. This is where things get super awkward, even more so. Spots the AWP. Surely commits past this smoke, but he can't stop that bomb plant on this occasion. A nerve-wracking one, but a successful one for 0-0 Nation as they move forward.
Yeah, I love that reposition from Inns there. You can see that 0-0 Nation, we're not expecting him to have crossed to A main. It's a pretty big risk there to stand with your back turned, but I think he figured there's been such presence towards B, it's unlikely they come all the way back to A main, and you kind of have to take a gamble there to get something going for your team. So it's a nice heads-up play from Inns. Unfortunately, doesn't turn into a round win this time. NQZ holding on wisely with that Tech-9 pulled out for the close-range fight. Got another one of the binds to change which side the gun is on there. Liaz using it.
I'm thinking caps lock, no tab. Share it with the scoreboards. That might be the play.
I don't mind that. Yeah, that could work.
Otherwise, I'm looking at Y. Pressing the Y key, which is very far away.
That's a bit awkward.
Or getting a pedal. Well, I do have pedals. But they're permanently attached to my whole sim rig.
CS.
Yeah.
You rock up to a LAN with your pedal.
Pink one.
Oh.
Not having a fun time in mid is Liaz. 0-0 Nation 5-4. 5-on-4 in round 10. Vexite will have to respond now. They're looking quite vulnerable, quite favourable for an early pick for 0-0 Nation. No wonder about the next buy round how things will look. Greyhound already within an inch of their economy. Again, if we remember those forward plays that we saw from 0-0 Nation on their CT side of Ancient yesterday, Cold Zero making his way through the A-bomb site and so on. Haven't really seen much of that from Greyhound just yet. Mostly reactive as they will have heavy losses in mid. 2-on-4 now for the remainder of Greyhound. Holding their positions, not much else really. And I don't think that's going to be enough on the CT side.
Cold Zero had had a little bit of a quieter time, but definitely sprung to life in this round with those 2 nice kills. He might get caught in the back here. This is a ballsy play from Alistair, but I love it. Yeah, hello. Hits him with a no-scope. Now the rotate will begin. The bomb is taking its time here. There is still a smoke on Lato, but he's not with the team right now. He's over on B. So the bomb could be in an awkward position, but the flash on point allows Dumao to clear it. Sicko ahead of the molly, though. They're not going to expect him here. He can try and close the distance. He can try and deny, but he doesn't get the angle right. A little frustration shown at the end there. But 0-0 Nation able to convert again. And despite Greyhound's strong start on this map, 0-0 Nation have taken over with all 6 of their rounds coming in this one big streak.
Yeah, this is proving somewhat brutal at the moment. Greyhound aren't winning the fights for mid. They keep losing players there. And once they go down 4 versus 5, not really seeing them get back into the game. It's almost like hoping they walk into the reticle of the AWP. We need to see something more decisive from them, more aggressive on their CT side. And maybe this is a round where they can think about that as they'll have the MP9 and a bunch of pistols. Can't imagine 4 rounds is going to be enough for them here.
Nice. From Vexite. Oh, he's able to get away as well. So they'll take that. Oh man, that AWP is getting teased around. I think they're just getting rid of the rifle that was dropped. Still this massive mid setup here, including a boost from Greyhound. That leaves the bomb sites vulnerable. Oh, they'll hear this smoke. They try and swarm this player. He didn't spot the boost, but now he knows that the shot's been fired. Oh, not the time to pull the flash. He gets run over. But that is a lot of players spotted and likely a B site taken by 0-0 Nation. They're still watching the flank, though. That's important. See, the CTs were hoping to get the timing right, but 0-0 Nation don't even try and take the B site. They just chill and wait for the flank.
25 seconds on the clock. Liaz not quite getting there now. Let's see if NQZ goes for a deeper peek. Indeed he will, and he will deliver. 0-0 Nation growing with power. But now the buy comes back for Greyhound, and we need to see something different from them. They need to find a way to hold on to the mid position. That might be about sending more personnel there, although they may fear a response elsewhere if they haven't picked the right round to do that. But they've got to find a way to be proactive, to take the fight to 0-0 Nation, who are dictating the pace. So we've got 3 towards B, 2 mid, and no one in A whatsoever at the start of this one for Greyhound. They won't be challenged at the beginning by 0-0 Nation in mid.
This is some nice map control, getting aggressive out through B. Problem is they've got to respond on A because 0-0 Nation have realized if we lose B, let's take back map control elsewhere. They've got next out on the A site. And look at the attention. It's a full rotate. They left B entirely, and 0-0 Nation have read them like a book.
That is unbelievable. The plan from the start, and it has worked perfectly. Next has been dropped. And you got to get that bomb planted quickly, though, because their rotation will be back on B before they've even planted the bomb. So at that point, you have to wonder, because it would have been a 5 versus 4, but Alistair has been dropped indeed. That's going to be quite a difference maker. A lot of utility has been done, but there are still a few pieces here and there. No flashes, notably, for Greyhound on his 4-on-4 retake now. 2 creeping through cave. Lato holding angles as this is still awkward for Greyhound. Some mollies thrown by 0-0 Nation as well. coldzera on the flank. Spotting in, down he goes. Look at all those frags come free for 0-0 Nation. Pulling Greyhound from pillar to post. That was beautiful.
Yeah, the fact they lost that B control, but then just so quickly went through a smoke on the B doors. Crazy. And look at this from Lato, the 3K. Oh, they're not even looking at him. Lines up those last 2 players with a quick and concise spray down. And it's again another big streak against Greyhound. I mean, they take a timeout. See some talking from the team. But even in that round where you take the initiative and you get the map control, the fact that 0-0 Nation punish you like that, oh man, it's got to feel terrible.
I think that was the best round we've seen from 0-0 Nation so far in this bracket. And it could not have worked better for them. The change of pace now. What a round to do it as well. When you finally see a different focus from Greyhound, they start with no one towards A, and 0-0 Nation goes straight into the A bomb site. That is dejecting. That's demoralizing, and then some. And that's not going to help either.
You just try a little spam with your silenced M4, you think you're safe. coldzera had other ideas. The Terminator takes him down, and now Vexite. Molly down. Oh, he's just dead. Okay, he just dies. Oh, no. I don't know what to say about that.
Even now, 0-0 Nation still completely covering the map.
Yeah, man.
There's that proactiveness we're talking about, but there's only 3 players left. Might be more of a desperation thing, but they found NQZ at the very least. Haven't seen the bomb, though, which is now stuck in the corner. Lato will be traded, but how long can they hold on to it? Not long at all. coldzera here to trade. Liaz over to this B bomb site. 27 seconds left. We've still got next poking in towards A, but surely the bomb's going to be.
Ooh, bomb is going back. Liaz will not get given the opportunity. And there we go. They get it down again with red time on the clock. Oh, as long as you get it down, it's not a problem. Liaz instantly calling the save. I mean, you do wonder how many rounds in a row this can end up being. It's going to be 9 now for 0-0 Nation in a row. That's already pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, this is a great half for 0-0 Nation.
I mean, Dinal can die to the bomb. It doesn't matter. They're so rich.
Great to see them succeeding as well on the T side. And I think with some of the rounds that we're seeing from them and the late round calls as well, that, you know, we have to observe the lack of taco, but I don't know how much it might be hurting them if they can pull off plays like that. Great coordination from the squad, and they putting Greyhound in horrible spots. Rounds such as this, it's not the first one we've seen in this half. They haven't really been able to get the AWP in an effective position. Part of that's a gamble on where you send it, obviously. As we see great presence now from Zero Nation towards that B-bomb site. Alistair forced for a very long rotation with that AWP. Zero Nation biding their time for now though. Minute 20 on the clock. Poking towards B.
Sicko not able to land a headshot, and now he might be in trouble. Had some assistance, but 0-0 Nation trade it back. Still Alistair to deal with. That AWP can spot this cross to the site. That's got to make 0-0 Nation second guess this. At least they want to play with the clock and give Greyhound something else to think about. Making no noise, hoping that the CTs will start to budge. Diaz has just moved into cave. And he's going to go aggressive. He's surely going to meet Lato head on, but Lato wins the fight. And Alistair not able to land the shot. He spots the bomb trapped in the corner. They're going to work together here. Alistair again spots him, but now they're sneaking in. Oh, another miss from Alistair. Now that bomb might get planted. Wallbang. Oh, not even needed. He spots him on the edge, but Lato able to trade. Alistair can't get back to safety. It's 10 in a row for 0-0 Nation.
Such a struggle just to find another round. Closer than many of these full buys have been, but here is another full buy. The last one of the half for Greyhound. What do they do now? Last time they went 0-2-3. And Zero Nation went straight towards that 0. This time it's a 2-1-2. And they're going for that forward play around the A-bomb site, as we can see. And it's going to yield a kill immediately. We needed that 10 rounds ago.
Now next, the stand-in for 0-0 Nation. Pull out early. Dumal's still here, but I don't think they want any further fights on the Greyhound side. They've got the man advantage. They sure as hell don't want to give it away for free. How does 0-0 Nation respond here? Haven't really been down in a 4v5 like this on many occasions.
Cole has been positioned to nade mid the entire time, more or less.
Yeah,
Goes back
giving him another smoke.
To that position, and off they go. 1 minute mark. A take off mid from the remaining 4 of 0-0, who want to go 1-1 to 11.
Oh, shadow spotted. Got hurt. Alistair, I love this confidence. He gets the info that mid is clear, and now these B players surely should be ready.
Fighting on the site now. They've got to keep the trades in their favor. That is certainly in their favor. NQZ 1 versus 4 with 25 seconds. Ends heard him tagged in the smoke, jumps over his head. He's given the kill away. Round's not over just yet, NQZ. There's still potential to clutch a forward smoke to try and make some space for himself, but perhaps we're asking too much. It will be a 5th round then at the end of the half. But is it the end of the line here on Ancient for Greyhound? Find out after the break.
Everyone is like really special. Everyone likes each other a lot, so it's a family for us.
Love, for sure.
We have a good ethic.
Because we work very hard and we truly have the love for the game.
We want to have fun together, so everyone...
Let everything just behind, the family and everything, just to live our dream and just to put our flag in the game.
I already played most of the important tournaments in the world, so I think nowadays, like, if I wanted to replay a tournament, I think it would be IEM Sydney.
I dream with Cologne. I mean, when I was more younger, I watched a lot of Cologne, because the Brazilian guys, Coldzera, Taco, Fallen, Fair, they won the major in Cologne, so, and it's like a dream, you know?
First one I think is hard.
The hard one?
I think the fist. Like everyone knows, like when we need to, like we are locking as a family.
A serious face.
Smile face, everyone is happy, work happy. Even the organization as well is really happy, not just the team.
The confettis, you know? Like a party. Things popping, yes.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain.
Greyhounds' backs are against the wall. We saw some exquisite rounds from 0-0 Nation on a very strong first half of Ancient for them. But what of Greyhound? It has been a rough series for them, top to bottom almost. And I can barely remember the top. Can they dig themselves out of the well? First comes the pistol, 5-10. They have a long way to go.
A long road ahead of them, but they've got some utility here that will be given over to Alistair. He's got 2 smokes, so more than a full set of utility to work with. Lato up close though, dualies in hand. Only able to get the 1 kill, and Next is so blind on the site. Dumao can't stop the cross to the bomb site itself. Then QC, oh, he had the opportunity, but he's unable to make the most of it on the edge of that smoke. It looks like Greyhound will pick up this much-needed pistol.
Coldzera's in the clutch, though. Don't make it easy for him. Alistair certainly won't. Oh, God, it's just nice to watch the pops. Just nice to watch I need to watch some Coldzera POVs, man. Just his movement and stuff. It's just so fun to watch how he's looking to try and find a best engagement for himself. Either way, he won't find all the frags he needed in that round. Greyhound win the pistol. But they'll need to win more than the pistol in the consecutive rounds if they want to survive Ancient versus 0-0 Nation.
It was crazy to hear about Coldzera when he was coming up in the scene. Apparently, even in his matchmaking games, he would take them pretty much as seriously in terms of positioning and always wanting to just outposition and outmaneuver his opponents. He wouldn't just hold W when playing with his friends. He's always thinking, what's the smartest way I can approach this? It definitely shows.
I queued face
so
it
meticulous.
with 2 of my friends once, and we got put with Cold and Fur. On Inferno.
Oh, on your team?
Yeah. It was great.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so they ran B on Inferno. We were like, cool, we'll deal with A. I was so happy.
Hell yeah.
To no surprise, we won the match. It was awesome. Never know who you're going to run into.
Hell yes.
It was me, Sliggy, I think. Probably Sliggy and Eamon. Man like Sliggy. Shout out to Sliggy. Gone to more neon pastures, if you will.
Nice shot from Next. Bit of damage. Smoke down. He wants to survive, but he cannot do so around that pillar. And QC arrives. That's a nice kill. He tries to spam the bomb, but cannot deny it from being planted. And I think 0-0 Nation will have a hard time to get back into this now. I do at least have a kit, so they can take some time if they want to try this retake. But saving those guns could also be an option. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, it's not over yet, Alistair. Chill.
Clay
Go for
shooting
this.
for Cold Zero. There is a kit on Dumao. Look, they're going to storm the site. They're going to storm the site, expecting not everyone to be in position. But it has to be Dumao. He has to be the one to get on the bomb. He's on the way there, but I don't think he's going to do it. He won't get on the bomb again, but boy, did they make that expensive. That was scary to watch. Utter chaos as they went for a late charge into the site. A warning for Greyhound as they move to 7.
Yeah, man, don't get ahead of yourself in those sorts of rounds. I don't know why Alistair's jumping around the corner with his knife out. But that's almost what prompted 0-0 Nation to say, you know what? Let's have a go at this. If they think we're saving, maybe we can catch him out. Has cost the Greyhound economy dearly. Although they've got a chance to try and recover it in this one. They are up against some weak pistols. Oh, next making some steps. Maybe trying to fake that there are more players over on B. So they do have that A stack on the Brazilian side. This has been a very quiet and relaxing round right now.
I wonder if these are like stock bird noises or if somebody went to record bird noises specifically for Ancient.
It's a great question.
Part of me thinks they just went for some staff trip. You know,
good excuse.
To Chinitza in Mexico for
yeah,
research purposes.
Exactly, you need the right birds, come on.
We need to inspect the trees and the foliage.
They are running into the stack. I don't think it will be a big deal. Yeah, Alistair is handling things well right now. Oh, again, he's going to get caught off guard. So AK recovered. Bomb should still go down, though. And that won't lead to too much. Just a couple of kills, but that's still decent, honestly, for 0-0 Nation. You keep that Greyhound economy in question, and now they hopefully should show us what they can do on their CT side with a full gun round.
My first question is, I'm actually expecting, I'm not even suggesting or wondering, I'm expecting Cold Zero to push through A immediately in this first round. He's going to be on the other side of A. He's going for the boost position.
Greyhound just send it.
Yeah, just like they did on the B bomb site of Mirage, they're going to be doing the same thing here on Ancient. I wonder if this was expected by the likes of 0-0 Nation. 2 T's lost, bomb not planted just yet. Cold Zero starting to push. He needs to get escapes on though, because there is still urgency on this B bomb site. 3 on 3. Liaz flashed through, doesn't manage to find the kill though. That would have been a big one. Dumao again, the only man with the kit. Got to wait for these smokes to go. Liaz on life support at the moment. Alistair found in mid. That's awkward.
3 rounds now where Alistair's been caught without his gun out. This time it pays okay for him, but Cold Zero on that big flank has found that kill on 2 ends. And Liaz is low here, and there's still time to work with for Cold. Oh, no kit though. It's going to be the struggle. He can't find the angle. He's going to try and get on the bomb. It's just so awkward though. Liaz has bought enough time. Cold Zero realizes he's a dead man. Even with the kill, it's Greyhound's round.
Keeping it extremely simple. Simply brute force into the bomb site. Play the numbers game. Keep the CT economy poor. It worked on their T side of Mirage. We saw it multiple times over towards B. Will simply overwhelm the bomb site and force them to save at best. Didn't quite work out. They lost 2 players on the initial push there, Greyhound, but they were able to convert it anyway. And that leaves 0-0 Nation's economy in the bin. Finishing this one on the T side might be a relief for them, the way the CT sides have gone, Greyhound, if they can keep finding that kind of success here on Ancient.
A site will be tested. We saw the scout deliver some great headshots earlier in Greyhound's hands. Cold Zero not getting the timing quite right. So low here. Oh, the nade will finish the job. Dumao has rotated. They weren't expecting Vexite still in that corner. NQZ bypasses him, but how would be able to do much from his position. Bad effort there from Dumao on the lineup. Almost taking a bit of time to go towards the A site. So NQZ maybe gets something. It's still going to be hard though. I guess they might not expect the full A main flank. Meanwhile, Dumao needs to hard clear 2 corners, and it is a bit too hard for him. Sicko with the spray. NQZ finally arriving. They have no idea. He'll take one, but he can't really get that gun. It's just out of reach.
Disappearing then. See if he can find something somewhere else, but it's a promising start for Greyhound. I do wonder though if their rounds will be simple, how long they can keep up the success. Let's see what the next one looks like, because 0-0 Nation will be on the buy once again. I do wonder if that encourages them to have a more aggressive setup towards the A bomb site. Will they need some kind of early warning system? I mean, I don't even think that really counts, considering that was essentially a rush into B. There'll be a timeout here from 0-0 Nation as they consider what to do. I mean, if they like go for a 3-man play in mid or something, or even 2, they might have a fast rotation if it is to be B once again. Although the same is true of A towards Donut. What are you expecting here?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we should just see Greyhound probably slow things down and just work the mid control, is what I would expect now. But from 0-0 Nation's side, yeah, they've got to get this figured out right here. I mean, they've lost 5 in a row, and it's just felt very flat for them. And against OG yesterday, it was a kind of a similar scenario where their CT side in the first half was not really able to get too much. Oh, sorry, their CT side in the second half. That's where they were coming back even. So yeah, I'm surprised it's been just so slow from 0-0 Nation. Here is the mid control from Greyhound. Oh, taking this fight dry, and he still wins it. Gets dinked, but replies with the AK headshot.
Not sure if he got shot by his teammate there in the head, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, they've got the kill and they've got the space. Cold Zero choosing to play very defensively on the A-bomb site on this occasion. And there are many more people coming his way, moving back towards the box now. Very careful about his positioning. Isolated from his teammates, although NQZ is creeping behind them with the AWP. As the bomb quietly makes its way towards the site alone with the remaining 3. While Inns is still lurking on the B bomb site. There's a minute on the clock here for Greyhound. I think they're waiting to get a little more out of this before they commit to a bomb plant. It's an awkward push for Vexite. Cold Zero with a 180 to avoid the flashbang. That's going to call more players over, in fact. Latte will be dropped, but so will Vexite. Only 2 remaining. That plant was a fake, in fact. And Alistair will be dropped to Ding and a Dong from Nexton. The dream is collapsing for Greyhound in round 21. Into the 1 versus 3. Spotted Cold. Got to act fast now. That Molly will certainly slow things down. 20 seconds. He'll probably need the frags at this point. It's the NQZ. The AWP has been spotted. Inns has most of the info, but he's got to press on fast. 10 seconds remain. How could he possibly plant a bomb if he doesn't win this duel? It won't matter. 11 rounds then for 0-0 Nation. A slower pace. Had some opportunities for Greyhound. They made it onto the site, but didn't quite plant the bomb.
That round could be a real game changer in this map, though. Money is awkward for Greyhound. Not quite enough to get a buy together into this round. And I also feel like we saw a lack of utility there from Greyhound, being a bit costly. Didn't really have the mid smoke, for example. And then as they approached the A site, they maybe thought it was a little more open than it actually was, because NQZ had that AWP on the long-range angle. They didn't have the smoke in play to cut off that position. 0-0 Nation punished them, made the most of those opportunities. 0-0 Nation back into the lead. It is indeed pistols for Greyhound. Not even that many upgraded pistols in this round. This is going to be a real long shot for the T's. Kind of interesting that Liaz isn't even with the team with one of those upgraded pistols. Ooh, Vexite's able to get an opener though, so maybe there is another gun to be recovered now.
It's very strong positioning to take control of as well. And it will require added focus here from 0-0 Nation. Great pop flash, great patience with the push as well. And that rifle has been dropped. You've got no eyes towards A though. While 4 players are still up in control of the bomb, that will be concerning. Cold0 will have to start making his way over. Dumal wondering as well. So Greyhound in this 4-on-4 can cut noise and spread the CTs out yet further. They're still not seeing the bomb. It's not in mid on those players. Lurking around the ramp. But Dumal has pushed through long B, and that will certainly help put the CTs in the right places.
Dumal's also pushed all the way through A main, so they know it's likely this B play. Smoke isn't bad, but NQZ finds an angle, and that bomb is getting nowhere near the site by the looks of things. Alistair's just hoping for a mistake, a gift from the heavens. Wants someone to run in and give him their gun. 15 seconds though. Gotta make sure you don't die after time. And as soon as he peeks, it will now run into him. He actually gets the kill onto Cold0, but not a massive deal here. 0-0 Nation still finding success. This is where we get the buy from Greyhound though.
Greyhound narrowly losing their own pick of Mirage after many lost CT rounds in that first game. Found success with brute force on Mirage and Ancient. Much faster entrance in towards this position. Ooh. He hears the reload and the fadeaway Vexite and goes straight through the smoke. That could be a really big play if his timing is good. Well then, minute 30 on the clock. That is so much time for Greyhound to be showing presence to the CTs. That's a giant threat. They could be in CT spawn, could be waiting to split either of these bomb sites. How do 0-0 Nation respond?
Yeah, Dumal has had to really focus on getting that map control back, but it looks like 0-0 Nation now don't have to be as concerned about those flanks as they have taken back that area of the map. Still tease into Red Room, though, and Vexite wins the first fight. There's more where that came from. There's a second player around the corner, and Lato slowly but surely inching his way into this duel, and he will avenge his teammate. So back to a 4v4, and now Lato will get back to the B site to help his teammate.
He's not expecting the bait set up at all, but Sicko's not peeking just yet. Next dropped in the meantime. Surely it's Sicko's time to activate. He's going to catch the rotation from Cold0. Heading towards B from A. That fast play in mid being very fruitful then for Greyhound as this breaks the money for 0-0 Nation to some degree. NQZ on the way to nowhere apparently. Greyhound with another T round then. Just one behind 0-0 Nation. And they have created opportunity for themselves.
Flash timing was just absolutely everything there in that round. If that flash maybe comes a second sooner, I wonder if Next is able to do more with that flash, because he got killed by a blind player. But it comes sort of as that smoke is fading. It was the right pre-aim position. The player had already pushed in, so is able to hit the headshot. I think he saw him just before getting blinded. And now Greyhound have every opportunity to tie up the scoreline. Next, able to beat the molly, but I think Inz is aware that's a possibility. The nade very well placed. And ooh, it's a tight angle, but that will favor Inz. Looks like these pistols will be handily dealt with here. Light work for Greyhound. They tie things up.
Huge play from Greyhound last round, but what of this round 25 from them? It's going to be hard for him to have another effective play like we saw previously. Liaz will be a victim of an aggressive A play. It was coming eventually from 0-0 Nation. This turned out to be a great round for it.
Got the bomb, Alistair, man. You got the bomb. You got to be very, very careful. Oh, does he know about cold? I'm terrified. I'm so terrified. Okay, he's got it. Whew. We can chill. We can calm down. Bomb won't be lost.
Love a brazen play. And that was absolutely brazen. Bomb spotted on the radar, of course. And Greyhound know that as well. They've shown the bomb deep towards A. No indicators towards B for 0-0 Nation to be on the receiving end of just yet. Bomb rotating over now. Through mid, no less. 50 seconds remain. Gonna have to creep over, scoped in, drop the bomb to his teammate. Imagine he'll post up as it's being planted. 40 seconds left now. And 0-0 Nation have heard nothing for a while, but the whole Greyhound team is here. 4-on-3 as far as B is concerned. Long rotation for NQZ later on. And now come the clues, the mollies and the smokes. But that clock is ticking so low. And that means that Lato's got a great opportunity if he can win the duel. He can't though, and next will be traded also. Losing the man advantage, that's going to slow Dimao down as he tries to stop the bomb from being planted. That'll also fail. And Greyhound are about to take the lead.
Really nice B take from Greyhound. They're showing us they actually do have very solid fundamental utility. I wasn't sure if they were going to have that or not, because we just had no idea what to expect from them on this map. We hadn't seen any play from them on this map this entire year. And yet they come in and they show us they have got the fundamentals down. And they're even going to take this AWP away. I feel like NQZ's done for here. They didn't spot him, I'm not sure. They are now closing in and that AWP removed. 0-0 Nation were able to steal away Greyhound's map pick, but their pick of Ancient isn't proving easy right now. Greyhound have every opportunity here, and they look composed. They look calm right now. That B take was very solid with those smokes on either side, the flash in. Dumao just trying to desperately push through the smoke, but that was never going to work for him. And what can 0-0 Nation do? It has to be a half buy here. Maybe this is a round where you just take some liberties. Oh man, just spotted the shoulder first.
That looked like a headshot to me.
Yeah, look at those smokes. Just no response from 0-0 Nation. They didn't know what to do against them.
There's life in the old dog yet. That's the phrase we're looking for here.
Oh yes. Do love a good Greyhound as well. They're homies. They're quick. This game hasn't been quick though. It's been a very drawn out couple of maps. Both have been close. That nade is dead on. These pistols not getting an easy time of things. Dumao looking at the right side of his screen.
He looks like he's contemplating some scientific facts.
Yeah.
That's really complicated. You mean to tell me that megalodon is millions of years old? Indeed it is, Dumao.
Surely not.
Millions and millions.
Those are some clean kills from Vexite, spotting the B aggression and stopping it. Cold Zero's not a fan of just holding these little gap angles. He wants to fight. And that will work out. Bomb will group towards A. They've just spotted the positioning of both CTs. So they've got to be ready. And oh, Cold, gun out, please. There you go. Get the early warning because of the nades. Surely Greyhound hard clear this angle, though. They saw him in Donut earlier. Oh, the lineup means that it could be doable for Dumao. He's close by. Oh, he's going to walk out. This is incredible. He's got the flank. He's got the bomb on his back. And now it's Ince who has to bring it back for Greyhound. Sneaking in. Fake flash won't work. Ince fully focused. Dumao stuck behind the box. And Ince saves the day. But that came way too close for comfort.
That was extremely scary. Extremely scary indeed. Oh, man. I think some hands will need to be dried after that one. And off we go, off to the races once more. Not one, but two sniper rifles out for 0-0 Nation in rounds 27.
Another close map between these two. They are not separated by much right now. Does the double AWP setup make any difference for 0-0 Nation, who have been struggling so heavily? You've just joined us. They were 10-5 up at the half. They've only picked up 2 CT rounds in total. It has been a whitewash in this second half. And that's got to change right now. B-site is well reinforced, but 0-0 Nation have struggled when trying to hold the site itself. Is it a similar story here with the utility coming in from Greyhound?
Yeah, there's not much util left. NQZ's got a molly, but he also has an AWP. You don't really want your sniper throwing utility. Forced off the angle. Next is here, dodging the flash. He's too close to really eat it. Looking to his left-hand side as his teammates die. Fragged from his right. Just like that, the site is wiped out. Greyhound forced their way in, and it's done. That's it. Nothing else to be done there by 0-0 Nation. They waited for the play to come in and could do nothing about it. Those were quite some Molotovs we saw there from Greyhound. A flashbang and some frags as well. 0-0 Nation left to pick up the pieces as Greyhound moved to game point.
Just a complete wipeout on the B site. 0-0 Nation have had no answers. And I feel like the incendiary from NQZ, I think he tried to throw it, but he threw it too far to the left, maybe. And it didn't fully block off that entrance. They were still able to run in, and now the hunt is on. Dumao will not survive. Nothing saved for 0-0 Nation. It's map point for Greyhound, and the buy for the CTs is going to be questionable. It's MP9s. Maybe one rifle in there, if Lato can afford it. But it's not looking good. Four-man B stack. I mean, that B site has been a problem. Maybe 0-0 Nation want to take some map control early this time, but Vexite has absolutely no fear on that fight.
And with that, they walk into A. They're just walking in. No sound cues for NQZ whatsoever. Vexite looking to get another entry on the B bomb site in the meantime. Cold Zero wondering about CT. Leaz takes NQZ down from the back, and this looks like the end of the line for 0-0 Nation as far as Ancient is concerned. Looks like we might have a third map force after all. Cold Zero with horrible range on an MP9, down to 9 HP. Exploded, shrapnel, closed casket funeral. Next in the clutch now. We've seen them clutch here before, multiple times, but not this time. Greyhound forced a third map, coming back on Ancient, 16-12.
That's an impressive map for Greyhound. They were really destroyed on that first map. Mentally, they looked broken as 0-0 Nation pulled off the comeback on Mirage, but they stay strong, they stay with it. They steal back their opponent's map pick, and now we get a deciding map in this series, one that we might not have expected to come through here.
supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me and it bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, auto wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive, hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall pay, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to.
We just got ourselves a real match. Greyhound fighting back after looking somewhat deflated on the first map. They were flying in the second one, taking us to a third and final deciding map, doing the hard work on the T side and looking strong doing it as well.
Yeah, a bit of a collapse from 0-0 Nation. The CT side of Ancient is not where you normally put up only 2 rounds total throughout the whole half. But that's what happens for them despite it being their map pick. And now, who the hell knows what to expect on our decider of Inferno. I think it's a map both these teams like to play, so they've got that going for them. But man, just looking back at Ancient, I really thought Greyhound would not be able to stay in it mentally. So fair play to them for coming in here, and despite that first half being pretty rough, still coming through with the goods.
Yeah, massive props. They are having trouble with their CT sides today, but I think we thought they were done for, really, especially with seeing 0-0 Nation yesterday and how aggro they like to be on their CT side. Didn't see so much of that, at least successfully here versus Greyhound. A difficult day in the office from them. But let's not forget their first half. We saw some really nice rounds from 0-0 Nation. A massive fake on the A bomb site, pulling a full rotation to plant on B for free. That one was quite exquisite, but ultimately all for nothing as they lost Ancient to our surprise. But again, their T side is 0-0 Nation. We saw some really nice rounds from them. Greyhound struggled up with their CT side and Mirage. They struggled here as well, but did indeed turn things around on their T side with great effect, great impact as well. Some nice executes from them on that B bomb site as far as grenades and mollies are concerned.
Yeah, I think for 0-0 Nation, the T side has looked pretty decent here today. I think Cold Zero, I'm sure, has been doing a lot of the talking and seems to be making them work together pretty effectively. Again, it's another map where Cold Zero had a pretty damn good performance for himself. Still ended with a decent amount of kills overall. Well, for Greyhound, Alistair had a really good map, 30 bombing. He did get caught out a couple of times, but all in all, can't argue with the results, can't argue with the numbers he put up, especially after having a pretty rough map on the first. So definitely good to see that resilience. And now we've got to see the Brazilians' resilience.
So who's taking it then? I think Inferno is a fantastic middle ground for both these teams to go. And while we think about that, we'll have a look at the aim high heads ahead, actually, and see how the numbers looked for two of these players on that previous map of Ancient. coldzera and Liaz, who's been an important impact fragger for Greyhound. 71 ADR versus the 93.8 of coldzera, who is Mr. Consistent as far as the fragging is concerned.
I think this is for the series so far. And you can see Liaz, lots of AK kills to his name. He's been putting a shift in on that T side, a lot of aggressive rifle work from him. But coldzera has just been doing it on either side, really. Has been incredible to watch so far. It's been so fun seeing him hit this level again. I think he's just very comfortable because he's probably doing a lot of the calling. He can put himself in these really good positions. Maybe sometimes he's lurking a little too far away from the rest of the squad, but you know, you've got to take the good with the bad, and it's been much more good than bad from coldzera in this series so far.
It absolutely has, and Liaz will be very important as we head to our third and final map as well. On Mirage, his multi-frags were key. Will they be in Inferno? We'll have to find out after the break.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag. No, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half. No, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
I'm awake, I'm alive. I am the cake and the prize. I've been feeling energized. I ain't into telling lies. Got a jaw like enterprise. I ain't tripping off of pride. I've been in my bag. I ain't really gotta brag. I was posting on the app. See they getting mad. I be dripping with the swag. I be dripping with the sauce. I don't care what it costs. I might take a loss. That's the price of a boss. I might pull up like a horse. 911 on the Porsche. I've been bowling like a sport. I've been bowling like LeBron. With some women hella fine. I ain't into wasting time. I've been on my grind. I've been trying to shine. Hold up. Better don't stop. Better don't stop. 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 It's that real life Avengers. I be really in the trenches. I done came up off the benches. I be really getting splinters. I ain't tripping off an image. I be rocking something vintage. Pop up with the spinach. I ain't here to let you finish. In the booth, I'm a menace. I'm the truth and the chemist. I be pushing all the limits. I ain't never moving timid. I be really in my bag. I be dripping with the swag. I might pull up like a cab. Somewhere where the birds chirp. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon. I might mess around the curve earth. I be on the moon, I might mess around the curve. I be on the moon, I might mess around it. Hold up. Better don't stop. Better don't stop. 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 Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. Ooh, what you talking about? Try to block it, had to find another route. Bounce back, had to counsel a lot of doubters. Champion taking champagne showers, oh my. And they wish that they could live it. 6 rings, boy, they wish that they could win them. 6 rings, boy, they sweating trying to get them. About to take it all the way up to the max, so you know. Here I am. Yeah, I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. Knock, knock, coming in, here I am. Chop, chop, time to come up off the land. I don't think there's no more room up at the top, but we got plenty of room for you to watch. Beat you and I make it back home by dinner. Money cover more miles than a sprinter. Yeah, what you think I'm a beginner? Nah, I ain't no beginner. Ooh, that's what they be saying when I move. I don't really think that we can lose. Ain't nobody else up in my view. No, in my view. Yeah. I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. I don't see no competition. I don't see no competition. Come with us, you know we in it. You on the wrong side if you try and win. You on the wrong side if you try and win. You on the wrong side if you try and win.
Yeah. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying to my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying to my hands, booking flights, setting trend.
Catch me in a 2-seater, Grim Reaper, all cash, no visa, stacking fast, I've started at a...
My God, he's a viral! The best in the game!
Even if you are not ready for the day, it cannot always be night. And both these teams are going to have to step into the daytime of Inferno here because this is our final map of the series. They need to be ready to stay focused in this one. And it is hard to know what the hell is going to happen on this decider map. Both teams lost their map pick. Both teams had a big lead on their map pick and then lost it in terrible fashion in those second halves. Now we get Inferno, a map both these teams are pretty comfortable on. Let's see how the hell this one goes down. We also have to remember, Greyhound have their full roster, while 00 Nation have got that stand-in situation. And on a map like Inferno, that could be a difference maker. Let's see if it makes a difference in this one. It is 00 Nation starting on the T side and instantly going for that banana control.
I'm expecting this to be the best map of the series.
Agreed.
Let's find out if that's true. That print stream USP is not cheap.
It looks clean though.
I'm more of a whiteout man myself. Also not cheap. Pro tip, whenever a whiteout skin comes into the game,
oh my,
buy one immediately. Alistair, is he good for 2 headshots though? One. Oh, there's Cold Zero. He'll have a little help. Definitely want to make sure Cold Zero is one of the guys getting fragged there. Well, this is raised the urgency now as 00 Nation are trapped on Banana. And there's a pop flash play from Sicko, who is threatening to push. Now the flankers cannot go down here. I've got a nerd fact about Alice's position for later on, but for now, he's looking to deliver that final headshot, and indeed he will. Excuse my coughing. So On old Inferno, when that thing was wooden, if you were at the end of it, you could be seen on the radar even though you weren't showing. Not true in the new version of the map, but that was definitely a little nerd thing on the old one from many moons ago.
Very cool. Got some CS history in you. You learn something new every day. I'm sure most people didn't know that. So there you go. Spreading some knowledge. That was a nice setup from Greyhound, though. I love that Liaz comes up through the apartments to get coldzera out of there. Now the pistols, you might not want to fight them too aggressively. That gun gets dropped in the apartments. 0-0 Nation probably pick it up. So they will decide to play a little further back. Always have to respect Le Pistoles. 2 MP9s on B. The rifles on A for Greyhound. And 0-0 Nation very happy to play slow. I feel like Inferno suits both of these teams' play style. I think both teams like to sort of sell fakes on T side and have these little rotations where they draw CTs out of position. Wouldn't be surprised to see both of them play that way here. Oh man, Liaz getting bombarded by nades, and the wrap is coming up through long at the same time. coldzera catching 2 players out, and this B site is going to be the end goal here.
This dude is dangerous. Inns has got a great position though. Jumping into the angle, the NQZ will fill that space and fill Inns' head with lead. 2 versus 2 now. And Liaz is still on short with the M4 and 20 HP. This could hardly be more awkward for Greyhound. Moving through CT together. Maybe give Vexite the M4, I don't know. Might not make too much of a difference, but the urgency is high because neither player has a kit. This is a disastrous round for Greyhound. Hopping forward now, NQZ's in a fantastic position. Fast fire, MP9 as well. And all Vexite can really hope to do now is die or try to fall back with the M4. I think that's a smart decision in a disastrous round.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Greyhound. coldzera, though, I think it was just so much presence on that short side. That's what allowed him to get up long. That was actually a pretty cool little distraction from 0-0 Nation. They had players flying out the apartments, and you see coldzera just gets up long and gets to catch players out. So with all the action on that other side of the A site, they overlook that possibility of the wrap round. And again, I'm sure that's another example of coldzera calling for a round where he says, you know what, I've got a feeling I can get a good timing window. And as soon as he can, he single-handedly pulls them into that round and puts Greyhound back into this poor position.
Force buy from Greyhound. Nothing doing on that grenade. Seeing a few CZs out here. Not often you see multiple CZs in a round. 5-7 often favoured. Zero Nation will deny information towards top mid at least. They'll attempt that with that smoke. Again, not shy to take their time, but with 5 players up, once we get towards 40 seconds remaining against a force buy especially, it is time to feel a little nervous for the people with all the guns who are willing to go late, but rounds like this aren't necessarily the ones to do so. Now, they've smoked long for the second time, and Inns did start to wonder. There's not too much of an indication as to where they might be headed now. 28 seconds, and they are about to breach top mid. 20 seconds, anti-force buy. I could not be clearer. This is dangerous waters. These are dangerous waters for 0-0 Nation. Smoking off library now as Alistair hides on the sides. And this is where the chaos begins and ends very swiftly, in fact. You've really got to believe in yourself to play like that against a force buy. That is scary stuff.
Yeah, man, full of faith that you've got a good call and that you can clear out those angles quickly enough. That is a crazy decision. I would feel very uncomfortable there. Oh, Dumal not ready for Inns. Up above, he'll take a Galil. Yeah, I mean, even with the clean kills onto the A site, they still only had 7 seconds left when they get that bomb planted, when they start to plant it. So imagine if someone's just hiding in a little hole, maybe able to get 1 kill and just, you know, tuck away. Could have been very awkward, but fair play to 0-0 Nation. It pays off for them this time. For Greyhound. Position where they have to likely concede an even greater lead early on in this one. Again, those 2 rifles saved. But not always that easy to get them activated for aggressive plays on Inferno. This is one way you could try. If you have that smoke down, you can flash yourself in the second mid, go deep and aggressive. I think they might have missed that smoke slightly, though, with that small gap there. So I don't think Greyhound want to take that risk anymore in case there is that AWP trained down mid. Rifles both on B, flashed in. Dumal dinked as he has to fall back. Really want these fights on Banana, and the MP9 is going to just about get away, but as he looks back, there are 2 rifles waiting for him.
They've got time, though. They may feel compelled to force these CTs away or fight for the round here. Dumal's got 10 HP and a frag on Sicko. That makes things even more awkward for Vexite. Yeah, from 10 to 2.
How's that possible? Must have been through the wall.
And that wall's his best friend now. But is that enough? He's going to be waiting on T-Ramp. 38 seconds remain as the rest creep forward. But where will they go? Will it be a wrap towards B? Perhaps not, as Dumal moves away from T-Ramp. Smoke towards Library again, and this one will still be dangerous. The CZ could be crucial here as that clock continues to tick down. Vexite on the rotation as well. There's the USP. Liaz got to find a kill here. Needs to stay alive in the pit as well, but he won't be able to do so. Again, a late clock, but still success so far. Vexite in the clutch now. 1 versus 4, and he's cut him in half already. Spotted Dumal on the rotation. He's got half the information. Now he's got the rest. This could really collapse for 0-0 Nation. He's got all the info. He has a kit as well. NQZ on the site. Could be hiding behind double stack, though. He's wondering, Vexite, what about the rest of the site? He's convinced he's there. Now he's got the info. His crosshair was so close. That would have been a monstrous clutch. But 0-0 Nation are able to hold on.
Oh, man, it can't be that many 1v1s. That can't happen for 0-0 Nation. In a 4-on-1 like that, catches the first 2 players out, then sees the molly from the site, sees Dumal slowly peek him as he heard him drop down. He got all the info as to where the players were positioned. Knew that last player was towards the site because he'd thrown the molly. And even with the shoulder bait, had the chance for the fair 1v1 fight. That got so scary, but they hold on, and look at this aggression. Second mid is where the fights are going down, and they're favoring Greyhound. Response to B, though. Oh, that's what they needed. Nice shot from Alistair, smoke down. And now surely no chance for 0-0 Nation.
Round 5, and this is already looking like a battle. Kind of response that Greyhound needed. Look how much money they don't have in their pockets.
Look at how poor they are. It's basically what you're saying. Oh, man.
You're killing me.
Listen, man, we've got a 1-minute save here, so we've got to do something. Something to entertain the viewers. Maybe killing you is a bit extreme, but...
Jeez. Gonna make that my sub sound.
Oh, then. Anything you wanna get off your chest, James?
This cough.
I mean, yeah, I thought you might say that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to me, if it was coronavirus or something, but there's still like some crap left over. I think I might have had the lower respiratory COVID this time. My 3rd time. first 2 times was upper respiratory, so it's like mucus and headaches and stuff.
Oh,
but
man.
this time I was like very, very close to hospital.
Oof. Still sticking with the commentating too. Give James some love, everybody.
Doing my best.
Hell yes.
Well, it's been all right today, but now it seems to be getting somewhat annoying. But I'm drinking nettle tea to
as a tip for you.
Try and calm things down. No caffeine in it. Because I need the heat.
Like the caffeine.
Need the heat to help keep things a bit chill. But there we go. We're almost there. It's 3-2 then. Greyhound are building.
Ooh.
Again, they need some consecutive rounds to try and build some catch on their CT side. Because if they win one, lose one, that'll be a great half for 0-0 Nation.
Full spy for 0-0 Nation. It's not too bad, but they're missing some utility and some weaponry. Haven't seen massive fights on Bananas so far. This time we will get to see some action go down with 3 CTs towards B. Vexite has a flash ready to help his teammates. Kings, though, who gets the fight dry against him. They can't set him up with the flash because Doomhowl's too quick. And it's a complete commitment here. 0-0 Nation going through the smoke. Vexite wins the first fight, but his teammate's been dealt with, and he has 2. What a clean sight take from 0-0 Nation. Bomb just about crosses. And I don't think there's anything left for Greyhound to do here.
Their only chance was Vexite getting a multi-frag on the site there. Such a difficult situation for him with so many players coming his way. And indeed, as we said before, Greyhound, they can't win one, lose one. That is going to be a huge half for 0-0 Nation if the rounds go that way. But they will be losing one. They'll have the AWP on Alistair, and maybe that'll be the difference maker. But for now, 0-0 Nation fight back with strength, using the numbers on the B-bomb site, only losing one player, forcing Greyhound to succeed as they head towards a 4-2 scoreline.
Yeah, really quick round here from 0-0 Nation, which quite nice to see. They have gone for some slower rounds throughout this series. They've kind of set that pace. And you saw that Greyhound weren't really ready for those just dry fights to come through. As soon as the first fight is won, it's so much easier to accelerate onto the bomb site. That's got to feel a bit frustrating for Greyhound. You've got 3 players on B, and you basically get nothing done between you. At least it doesn't force a reset, though. Still have money for a goodbye into this one. Oh, interesting. Smoke from the CTs deployed back from deep towards B. So you want to deny a bit of this early banana control. Doomhowl doesn't care, though. He's got the T-smoke down, so he's just going to pop straight through that. You'll see a lot of rounds start like this. Banana control slowly established by 0-0 Nation. And then from there, they can make up their minds. Maybe start poking back towards A, seeing what the setup looks like. Nice flash. Vexite forced off his elevated angle, but Alistair is able to land a shot with the AWP and almost isolates that fight against Next. Chunks him down low. That's a nice re-smoke. Great timing on that. Oh, but he gets spammed through. Oh, the bomb's been left alone, but does Inns clear this side? Oh, yes, he does, and that's the bomb dropped on long. That's disaster for 0-0 Nation. Little time left for them. They need this site kill quickly. They finally find it, but how the hell do they get that bomb back? 10 seconds? Oh, I don't think they can do it here. They've realized they're going to have to save on the site. Imagine that. You're on the T side. You get the bomb site. You just don't have the bomb. Brutal. Absolutely brutal for 0-0 Nation. Greyhound won't mind it, though. I thought that kill on long was the difference maker there. Once Next got that, through the smoke. But the fact they leave no one with him on 7 health with the bomb, it's just such a massive risk there from 0-0 Nation. Just can't coordinate correctly in the late round scenario. And it's got to be a sign of things to come. Early trade instantly with Sicko and Dumao getting it straight back on Banana. Greyhound starting with that 3B setup, so too scared. While Alistair up into the apartments, just holding with the AWP. They're chilling. They're sitting back. This can be uncomfortable, this scenario for the CTs. When you're in a 4v4 like this, you have to leave somewhere weakened. Right now, it's the B bomb site that only has a single player defending it. Some fake utility towards A from 0-0 Nation, but it's Insu has to put that smoke down. He cannot afford to die quickly here. Big gap in that CT smoke. That is a massive mistake. Look at how much it's stalling them here. They need to go now. They have to throw the bomb across instead. That bomb should now get down safely. They've got no utility, and the boost comes up. Bomb does get planted, but it's only NQZ remaining. And that smoke is brutal. As soon as he shoots, they realize he's trapped. He's stuck behind the smoke. We can get on that bomb, and there is nothing he can do about it. Ouch. I mean, that missed CT smoke, it just slows them so heavily. The T's there will be disappointed that such a rookie mistake has been made. You cannot afford to make that sort of mistake at this level of competition, at this sort of tournament. "4-4 on the score. And 0-0 Nation having themselves pistols and an AWP for this round.
I love the speed at which you can move in Counter-Strike. That pit player, so fast. It's so hard to hit that shot. Always a chance. NQZ will be very important with this AWP. Have a look at this angle. Once the smoke goes, Liaz could be in trouble. I don't know if he's showing a pixel. Oh! Does he go back? Now, scoped in, this is not going to be an easy peek. Even if somebody swings the corner first, Vexite able to get out of there somehow, but coldzera again, the pre-fire won't help. coldzera cannot be stopped with that Tech 9.
Oh my god. The bomb's still back at spawn, man. Dumao's just got a kill. They're in CT spawn themselves here on the T side. Sicko still in position. He could deny everything right now. Dumao has to be incredibly careful. They're running him down.
Oh,
they're all running him down.
Days.
Oh my. Not again with the bomb.
Sicko finds himself on the wrong side of the smoke. They've still got the numbers. They've got 2 flashes in the hands of Cold. How bizarre. 2 flashes, 2 of the 3 plays of Kevlar. 20 seconds, everybody dies here, surely. There's the first one, there's the second. Oh. They run together. It's almost a collateral. Lato running for his life. Down to the rifle in the AWP. And Greyhound will survive. What a crazy round. I have never seen a round like that in all these years of Inferno.
What is going on in this game? What is happening here? I mean, the T's are just going through CT spawn to Banana, trying to come back to their own spawn, basically, to get the bomb, because it's been lost there. It is just absolute madness. But Greyhound are the ones thriving in the chaos right now. Yeah, 0-0 Nation. Timeout taken, understandably so. Let's figure out that bomb, fellas. Let's make sure the bomb is with the pack. I don't need any lurking bomb players.
That's a hell of a round, man.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a round. You can see Sicko found himself trapped as all the T's rush his position from CT spawn, and his teammates are on the other side of the smoke. Like, how do you process this information? beggars
Yeah,
belief.
it's not a position you practice for, we'll put it that way. Let's see if we get some more standard rounds on the board. It is 3B early for Greyhound. Again, smokes being exchanged on Banana. This time, doesn't look like 0-0 Nation immediately want the Banana control, but now they flash themselves in. They will start to contest it. I've seen Alistair land some crazy shots on Banana before with the AWP. Doesn't need much of a vision of the opponents to pull the trigger. Oh, and that's a nice one. Pretty tight angle, but he goes just wide enough to get the pick. Look at the response. 0-0 Nation wanted to come to A, but that smoke is so well timed to slow them.
Forced off the angle. Mid will be taken by 0-0 Nation, but third and the fourth reinforcement are on the way. 1 minute will feel like an eternity to wait for 0-0 Nation to make their ultimate play. Can't imagine Alistair creeps further on Banana. Not the first time we've seen the second smoke on long, so... Oh, hold on a second. What's that smoke?
Ooh.
Oh, it's for the wrap towards B, and they swing with the flashbang. Some variations then from 0-0 Nation. Lian standing in the plane, trying to play off of his teammate. Vexite with 2, but look at that kill feed. Next 1 versus 2 with less than 10 HP. Going for the fake plot, no one peeking. 24 seconds, things only get worse for him. Surely he doesn't have the time to clear long. There's no time to make a play towards B. There's a 2-man wrap on short as well. He sees no one here. Now he's got 10 seconds. Got a plant for the other side, going for the fake again. They could line up for him. Sicko fully commits. He's got 1 second. He's got a few. He has to find Alistair. He's round the double stack. Dancing. Oh, balls of steel from Alistair. The wide swing. Oh my god, these rounds are terrifying.
And the fake plants nearly work. Greyhound wanting to stick together, using their man advantage in the 2v1. But that means as they both commit to the site, there's the chance to win the round by elimination. Alistair, though, just jiggling both sides, making sure to get the info and buying enough time. Greyhound's money is still so dicey. They've been winning a lot of rounds recently, but they've been close rounds. So 0-0 Nation would love to keep the pressure on here. That opener, oh, the flashes are so good. Vexite's still in position, but he needs to stall them significantly right now.
Big
nice
headshot.
Nade.
Headshot, big grenade. Back of the site. Vexite is overperforming with this situation. The MP9, the smoke creates some space as well. And now Alistair's posted up. He doesn't even peek anymore. Alistair can just hold this angle. Cold Zero's been dispatched of as well. So strong with that MP9. Liaz with an off angle with the FAMAS. He'll get an upgrade. And there'll be 7 rounds for Greyhound. Finally coming to life on their CT side in this series.
Vexite's had a very good series, I would say, showing himself to be very, very reliable. I think his positioning has been a big strength here for Greyhound. Yeah, that's so scary with those initial flashes. Hold Zero on the Tech 9 has been incredible today. But Vexite, Mr. Reliable for his team, shines with the lawnmower of the MP9. Back to some more standard gun rounds then. Or, well, who knows if they're going to be standard with how this game has gone. What a fun map this has been. Hopefully it continues that way. Slow again from the Brazilians on their T side. Look at this top mid stack that Greyhound have going, though. If you run into this, it is 4 CTs in this position. Gotta have some utility here. Otherwise, you're going to be running into a stack. There is the molly. Liaz won't be caused any problem by that, but Vexite below has to extinguish it. And they are starting to head back to B here, which would definitely be the weaker bomb site. Only ints here for Greyhound. But they're going to rotate just in time.
I wonder if they understood the trajectory of that grenade was a bit high. Realizing what could be happening Inns tagging through the smoke. Not sure if you heard anything on that occasion, though. Look at the spray. Next absolutely shut down to the USB. And CT's been compromised. That pulls Inns away from the site, which may allow the bomb to get planted. That angle was quite reasonable, but not quite close enough. 4-on-4 then for the retake, as there'll be an exchange of grenades. A kit for Alistair, a kit for Inns as well. Banana is in the control of Lato. Dumao and Coldzera focusing here. Down goes Dumao. Coldzera to trade though. But the Liaz will trade straight back after 2 from Cold. 2v2. Kits on both players. They've got to get on that bomb though. No more smokes to cover it. They've got to find these kills. Down to the 1v1. Lato behind the smoke. Doesn't have the angle. Got to get on the bomb, Liaz. If he gets the kill, he doesn't get the round. It'll go the way of 0-0 Nation. Made it hard enough. They moved to 5.
Yeah, Lato was stuck behind a smoke on Banana for the majority of that retake, but it just took a little too long for Greyhound to get into position on the retake initially. And that was a big decision from Greyhound, whether they wanted to go for that or not. They had the chance to save 4 guns, because with their money, they don't have a buy in this round. They have to take a safer approach. So this is going to allow 0-0 Nation a good chance to get back into this. Nades down mid. Dumao has somehow taken almost no damage from them. And I think now 0-0 Nation have figured out what's going on. Oh, the CTs are getting destroyed. Get it over with quickly. Why not?
Fast eco round is a good eco round. Heading towards the dying rounds of the first half now. Round 14 is here. What will the buy look like for Greyhound?
Yeah, it's going to be bad, right? Like the utility especially. And that's so important on Inferno. I think maybe they do take some weaker weapons just to get a decent amount of nades here.
Yeah, it's opting for the FAMAS over the MP9. That can be depending. That can depend on what position you are playing, as well. Smoke is up at the half wall to stop Greyhound from taking all of Banana. Oh, yeah. No one saw it. It's fine. Nobody saw it.
Oh, what?
Okay. Well, that's
That's
a combo.
Molly?
See, he was just tricking us.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was a quick dink. Took Dumao down low, and oh, lovely timing on the flash. It is a clean round from Greyhound. That is beautifully done. 2 CTs pushing together. Vexite so confident. He wants to end this right now. NQZ on 14 health. He's not ready for the reposition. Beautiful flash timing from Vexite sets up the round. Just a $200 investment makes all the difference.
Wonderfully aggressive play from Greyhound. That one went swimmingly for them. This pop flash sees even more sicko. Just repositioning. You just saw the edge of the sniper as well. Vexite was here to finish off the job. Very fast round 14. Into the last one then. And the buy will be slightly improved. Just the 1 FAMAS for Greyhound and some more utility as well.
They're going to beat that Molly down mid. I think Vexite is aware of that, though. Oh my god, Alistair with the AWP pushing Banana. What, are you crazy? Okay, he's going to get back. Established now on top of the half wall. In the meanwhile, this long position has been under threat in many a round. It's smoked off this time, but the incendiary slows things. Alistair just pushed Banana with the AWP. This guy's crazy.
I love it.
Gets the kill from it.
Coming to life in the last game of the series. That might be the perfect time. Liaz with the combos as well. Everybody looking for style points on Greyhound in this last round. 0-0 Nation been unable to respond to any of this thus far. They've taken top mid, but not much else. Coldzera saw Inns. I'm not sure if Inns saw Coldzera, however. So close to the wall there, showing plenty of body before the eyes see all the way down long. May have been looking for a response. There won't be a good enough one from Coldzera on this occasion. He actually has a negative KD for once.
Very rare in this series. Dumao able to find 1. He needs 4 more. With 27 seconds, there's no point in saving, mate. It's the last round of the half. But I think he knows his chances are basically non-existent here. It is going to be Greyhound with the lead at the half. 9-6 in their favor, but honestly, this game has been so chaotic. I don't think that means anything here. There is still every chance for 0-0 Nation, but it is Greyhound with the edge heading into the half.
She ain't ready for the eighth. Fake clothes, same watch, fake crep, same fuck, fake squad, same lots, but flop, ain't what I'm on, aim up. Don't stop, we beat leveling, proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy, I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me onto the signs. I light a band and spit the strong in the line and pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I burst straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Linked Andy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the eighth. She ain't ready for the eighth.
Hey, freedom is ours. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up, we got power. Woo. Hey, say it again, man. Freedom is ours. Fist up in the air. Who got the power? You know. Hey, say it again. Freedom is ours. We got the power. We gonna make it this thing ours. We're gonna squeeze that laminator, sweet or sour. We got the room shaking. That be the mood breaker. You better move break. Hey, you say it, man. Freedom is ours. I tell my brothers to never relent. Black skin, you ain't gotta pretend. Gotta give it like 100%. Do more, give 110. Freedom is ours, huh? I gotta leave in an hour, huh? I had to meet with the powers, huh? They wanna give or allow it. We gotta take it. But brace yourself. There's water we had. Got a bottle, then pour me a glass. Take a seat when I talk to the class. Look at their faces, all of them mad. But some of you gotta relax. You said we weren't up to the task, now we just laugh. Freedom is ours. You know, fist up. My God, he's a viral! The best in the game.
Greyhounds have come alive in this third and final map of this series versus 0-0 Nation, who started off looking like the stronger team overall, especially when it came to surviving CT side. But have they got it in them to finish off the job, or will we see another resurgence from 0-0 Nation? Another visit to the Lazarus pit, perhaps, to make a comeback, a second wind in this second half of this third and final map.
Need to see more from 0-0 Nation. Felt like Greyhound had the edge in that first half. And we've got a massive top mid stack here from 0-0 Nation. Dumao has been left alone on B without anything. No Kevlar, no nades, nothing. So if this B site is to be tested, I think it might be a retake setup from 0-0 Nation with the kit and the utility they have at their disposal. Dumao laser focused, leaning in onto his monitor. He wants a quick kill here, but the jump across makes it impossible. He looks for the lineup, he can't find it. And now it will be that retake setup here from 0-0 Nation, but they lose Dumao early.
Dumao was naked out there. He never stood a chance. That's a massive flashbang, though. And two very fast frags. Sicko has so much to do there. You can see the urgency in how his mouse was moving. And then there were two for Greyhound, but three for 0-0 Nation. Moving through with a kit. Alistair moving through the smoke, and just like that, bingo, bango, bongo, bish, bash, bosh. 10 rounds for Greyhound. He made that look easy.
I love the little nod afterwards as well. Just looks at his teammates like, yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm here. I'm here for you. Holy. I mean, so this is the first kill. Flashback on Banana, brilliant. The nades obviously set up here. The smoke for coffins, the incendiary in. But yeah, man, literally just walks out, just sweeps him under the rug instantly. No time to waste from Alistair. Beautifully done. And now Greyhound are in a great position. If they can convert this round, they have every chance here of making this happen. This will be a big win for Greyhound. They haven't been finding much success lately in international competition, even if they have been very dominant in their region. Got to deal with the Deegs, though. Got to deal with the pistols. And these rounds can definitely get funky sometimes.
Giant charging handle on the side of that Galil. Looks like a toy. Definitely can't miss it though, especially with the gloves on. 50 seconds. It's Greyhound's turn to make a play for a slow round. They've only got one lurker in this apartment though. Vexite needs to jump off the frame of the door to avoid getting headshot here. On the charge. Oh, there's two behind him actually. All right. Well, the jig is up. Time to get your skates on. In they go. Cold Zero behind the smoke will be dealt with handily by a flying Mac-10.
Yeah.
The remainder will have to fall back and reset the situation next round if they can.
That's the sort of smoke you can definitely try in matchmaking. You can toss it down. But at this level, I think as soon as you see a strange smoke in the graveyard position, you're probably just going to spam it. You don't want to get one-wayed in this sort of round. So Greyhound finding success again. 11 rounds about to be confirmed. Nice seeing some of the other players step up for Greyhound. I know a lot of people will be aware of Liaz from when he was picked up into the Renegades, 100 Thieves roster, whatever you want to call it. But seeing Vexite especially have great positioning. I think he's probably been their best player in this series. And then Alistair had such a quiet first map and has, ever since, not showed any signs of slowing down. 0-0 Nation have to save again. They have to concede 12. The thing is, we've seen comebacks already in this series, James. So we're not going to get ahead of ourselves in any sense. That this is a massive advantage now for Greyhound, assuming they convert this.
Yeah, I mean, they did lose a bigger advantage on Mirage. So nothing is to be taken for granted. That much is for sure.
Greyhound don't mind the slow pace on Inferno. I remember casting them on this map at Cologne in the past, where I'm pretty sure they beat OG on this map at that tournament. It was kind of a specialist map for them. And they would really try and outcool their opponents, try and draw those rotations in the gun rounds. Obviously here against the pistols, it's a little harder to do that. 0-0 Nation are probably just going to take some risks and stick to them. Smokes up to long. Greyhound again, wrapping that A site with most of their players, and it's like a pretty good call here. Nice clear Vex site. That's what they needed, and they spotted Cold Zero as well. He's tried it again, man. He's tried it again.
With the USP.
Oh no! There's a volley there, my guy.
Watch out for that flame carpet. The floor is lava, coldzera, and you lose on this occasion. So outmaneuvered once again. This time they'll come away with a Galil for the time being at the very least, 0-0 Nation. And they'll save their Kevlar for the round to come. That'll give them some bonus money, which could pay off in the long run. But indeed, this half will more or less start with a 12-6 scoreline. Greyhound have had nightmares already in this series, losing a considerable lead on Mirage. Will the same happen again on Inferno?
Big yawn from NQZ.
You could have put a shoe in there.
Yeah, honestly. I don't know if I've seen a yawn that big in my life. Hopefully he can wake himself up. They're going to need him. They've saved a lot of cash so that he can get that AWP out on the CT side. Now, if I was 0-0 Nation, I'd consider a timeout here just to get everyone's head in the game. That depends on what you think the mood is like. What's NQZ doing? Okay, here we go. There you go. Reset yourself. Get back into the action. You need this round if you're 0-0 Nation. You're now sticking with the Galil. You could have bought the M4. Happy to keep some money behind.
It's got better armor penetration on the Galil than the M4.
Okay.
He just needs to not be a bot with it. Extra bullets as well. 5 extra bullets. Plenty of advantages. It is a people stopper in Counter-Strike. Well then, 0-0 Nation with half the score of their opponent, and we see the usual slower pace from Greyhound. 0-0 Nation are poking close to mid though.
Oof.
I wonder if we'll see a boost in Boiler later. Always nice to throw that in at some point and catch people off guard as they move through the apartments. Quietly done though by Greyhound.
Ooh,
setting up for a spot.
I think they missed their first flash. I don't think the jump thrown flash worked.
Well, there was a perfectly timed CT flash which revealed big information there. The MAC-10 spraying tells a story. Great timing for 0-0 Nation. They get a kill on Ins in that arch position. Next in the pit now, away. They've got big crossfires on the A-bomb site. I don't see how this will work out for Greyhound. Liaz looks lost in the smoke. Going for some spray, trying to run distraction, but it won't be enough. How about that then? Flying to his doom, riddled with bullets and then cratering into the floor. First rounds on the board then for 0-0 Nation in the second half.
Big round for 0-0 Nation. They needed that. The counter utility was huge. That shot from NQZ makes sure there's no wrap from long initially so they can focus these short players. And then once Alistair tries to walk through the smoke, it's already desperation stations for Greyhound. They're already so far down in numbers. So really nice for 0-0 Nation to get that utility timed nicely. Oh, big damage onto Alistair. They are able to get banana control though. And at least it's the AWPer that took the brunt of the nade damage. Remember, there were some weaker weapons carried over for Greyhound in that previous round. So this is the full gun round you still have to deal with. Ooh, good flashes. And an incendiary.
Yeah, I love them fighting back. Not allowing Greyhound to continue at their pace uncontested, unchallenged. There will be challenges as far as Banana is concerned. You can see a 2-person setup on long for 0-0 Nation. There will be some response. Maybe with that they can get some sound cues. You can see coldzera still in the corner. Heading towards the 45-second mark, we can see that Greyhound have indeed encroached on Banana once again. Now, coldzera has instantly seen that no one is top mid. There's been a pop flash, and now we've got a third player rotating towards B, and they've got smokes to kill time.
I think they can go through here though, Greyhound, because of the positions of the CTs. Ins even tries to get a kill before the smoke blooms. And oh man, there is that rotation. Dumal here to help. Can that bomb get planted easily? They're surrounded, but look at Alistair almost landing the shot. Elsewhere, Dumal will go down, so I think that bomb can be planted safely. And now 0-0 Nation have to decide whether they want to go for this retake.
Brute force once again, surely 0-0 Nation are too close to fall back now. big headshot from Sicko.
It might be save time.
Yeah, but did they have a smoke though? How did they even get to CT in this situation? Alistair can punish them. He's got a great angle looking to his left though. They surely don't make it out this alive. Oh, but that reload has come at such an awkward time. But Sicko will clean up the rest. Again, the brute force into the B bomb site, abusing the numbers. Still awkward though. A traffic jam in the smoke as the point player had to go back into the smoke and reload. But they made it work eventually. 13 then to 7 in favor of Greyhound.
Alistair just couldn't buy a kill there. Sicko got a quad kill on the round. That peak is the difference though. Beautiful headshot. And then 0-0 Nation not even allowed to save. Sicko got some assists from his teammates on those kills. At least still money for 0-0 Nation. But 13 rounds against them. Timeout taken ahead of this round. This time not coldzera doing all the talking. Dumal on the far side of your screen was having a word. Yeah, definitely got to figure this out here. Greyhound are looking pretty damn good here on this T side.
They can't lose too many rounds like that, 0-0 Nation. They are being active on that CT side. They had the information, they had the rotation. Perhaps it was a few seconds too late, though. Couldn't get to that B-bomb site in time to put things into their favor. But this will be a big fight from 0-0 Nation. So I think they'll feel like they're making the right plays as far as how they responded in that round. They were just unlucky on the B-bomb site, but that is an important opening frag on Banana from NQZ. 500 HP, 0-0 Nation. And that was to some degree a marginal round at points as those entries came in on B. And maybe this will be the difference maker for 0-0 Nation.
Don't see those AWP-on-AWP battles too often nowadays at the top level of Counter-Strike. But Alistair just tried to jump up, and NQZ was waiting for him. So nice advantage for the CTs to work with. And now an earlier commitment could be ready for Greyhound here.
Dumal and his angles. Get that man a protractor. Not sure what it's for, though.
Interesting smoke. Oh, he's going to use behind it.
All right, then, let's see how this works for Dumal. This could be a masterstroke from him. Dumal in the pool, leaving Liaz wondering what has been happening. Fantastic. Fantastic play from Dumal, bringing out the gimmicks. Liaz with 2 HP, 1v3. Less than 30 seconds as well. 2 plays moving up. The longer this goes on, the harder it becomes for Liaz to find a plan. He's got to commit to this before that smoke dissipates. Indeed, that part has been done. Mainly the guns coming. There's a flash if they want it. But they've got the numbers to trade here as well. Liaz doesn't have much space to move in. Doesn't have much HP to survive with either. A big play from Dumal around that pool position with the smoke, helping 0-0 Nation hold on to this round.
Yeah, really cool to see him line that up just before the push was happening. And then the way he played around that smoke was perfect. Initially stands up, the peek over the top, also allows himself to drop down into pool comfortably. This is that first fight, just spots their head first. How's the adjustment? And then you see how he works with these angles. Definitely one worth trying at home if you're having struggles with that B site on Inferno. Bomb plant gives Greyhound some extra cash and at least allows them a little investment into this round. But it is still a round that should be heavily favored to 0-0 Nation here. They tried the nade stack. But it's not going to work this time. Wow, look at this read here. 0-0 Nation rotating a 4th defender to A. Greyhound could be about to run into a brick wall. And I wouldn't advise that. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Need this flash here to come out through the waterfall. Might work okay for them. if they can run down next and steal his gun. Here comes the flash. Ooh.
Well, he went for quite the flight there. I'm impressed at that part, at least. Not much else for him to do here. The score's getting close now. If you're a Greyhound fan, it's time to be nervous. Because, again, I think 0-0 Nation have had a good grasp on the situation in some of these 4-bar rounds we have seen. So the score could be even closer if things went their way in that earlier round. Now, they know that, especially on the B-bomb side, Greyhound are simply going to be abusing the numbers as hard as they can. I think that smoker response from Dumal was one way to deal with it. Can't do that each time, though, although he could use it as a bait. That would be an expensive smoke grenade, though. So many questions to be answered as we see a timeout from Greyhound. 0-0 Nation will be thinking about how to deal with this, because we've seen in this series they like favoring the B plays with the numbers, just overwhelm and trade frag, but the CT's in a position where they can't really afford to go for the retake.
Yeah, we've got to see if Greyhound have some extra gears they can go to here on their T side. Those B plays have been countered in recent rounds. Again, we got that off of NQZ on Banana. Backside looking into top mid early. They've put down an instant A long smoke in this round on the Greyhound side of things, which will bait out some counter utility from the CTs. Rounds getting tenser and tenser. This series has been so tight. First map was a 16-14 0-0 Nation. Second map a 16-12 for Greyhound. It's been hotly contested here throughout this series, and this map looks like it might go down to the wire as well. Commitment into top mid from Greyhound, but they leave their options open in this blunt. Could it be an A-site commitment, though? Haven't really seen it in the gun rounds too often. Looks like they might want to go for it in this one.
Quite the smoke grenade in mid from the CT side. And again, coldzera, he sees the bomb on the radar as well and takes it down. Through the smoke it goes. Perfect from him. Back onto the site. What are you going to do about that, he says to Greyhound. We know exactly what your plan is. We've got 4 players here as well, including Dumal and CT Sport. You can go for the wrap. We've got the angles. 20 seconds. No time for that big headshot from Vex side, but there's so much more to do. Do they even have any util for this position? They're walking into a crossfire. They are getting cut to ribbons. Liaz and Inns remain. And again, this is the concern for Greyhound. 0-0 Nation's timing late on in these rounds. This is another example. We saw it on a previous round where coldzera had a pot flash, had the re-peek for top mid, had the rotation towards B, didn't go their way, but they're still on top of these rounds when they get into the late stages. 0-0 Nation are ready for these late rounds from Greyhound.
Yeah, I love the initiative he's taking there. I love the timing of it. He went through some flames, coldzera, to get to that position. But it's just so valuable when you get the info like that, especially when it's the bomb that gets dropped so late in the round. Allows Dumal to rotate over. It allows that brutal crossfire on A long. Nothing Greyhound could do about it. Inns trying a cheeky play, but they're going to play back on Banana, making sure to play it safe on the CT side. So I think they are aware it is 2 safe AKs they're up against. This leaves the economy uncomfortable for Greyhound. Ooh, nades being juggled. It's okay, though. No peek against them. Dumal, I think, calling for a flash into Banana. Should have spotted Alistair there, but puts a smoke down. Looks like Greyhound will group back up towards A instead. No nades for them, though. It just has to be headshots.
Very arid environment. Next may have seen some of Inns there. Showing a rifle on short as the rest of the team go back towards the B bomb site. coldzera is a problem on A. Honestly, I feel like the first half of a round should be trying to find a coldzera frag for Greyhound. The remainder of the squad moving towards B. That bait not taken. That bomb certainly will be though. NQZ on the pistol, causing more problems. But there might be a bomb plant in this, and then who knows after that? Alistair's got a post plant AWP all of a sudden. One's gone past the angle though, and that is coldzera. Get that reload in early. The aim punch not working there. And now Alistair is in the clutch. How long does he focus on this angle though? He knows his left side is compromised. Forcing forward now. He needs to find a kill before they get on top of him. Those flashes are really good. They've got to swing together or do that instead. There was so much opportunity for Greyhound, but it's lost as coldzera finds the defuse.
Yeah, that player sneaking into ruins, maybe being the difference maker there, winning that early fight and making Alistair feel like he had to make something happen. The fact that Alistair gets that jump kill though, kind of crazy. Thank you, PC, doing a decent job as Alistair just jumping up. Still making that round competitive, but remember, it's that awkward economy that might be fixed from the bomb plant somewhat. Liaz and Inns getting just a bit more money. Maybe subsidizing a better buy for Greyhound, who take yet another timeout because this is getting close now. Just 2 rounds the difference.
Nightmare is coming back. Nightmare is bearing fruit for 0-0 Nation. I do wonder, do Greyhound go for something a little faster, because 0-0 Nation are solving their timings late on in these rounds. And again, coldzera is a big part of that. His thinking brain, but also his actions on the server as an individual. He is the problem causer for Greyhound. There's more than one way to solve that. Different setup though from 0-0 Nation. We can see coldzera and Next. A 2-man setup around the balcony. Greyhound will serve a smoke towards long as they swing and see that no one is here. What do they understand? What do they reckon might be coming then with this minute on the clock?
There's a long smoke deployed by Greyhound this time. Same one 0-0 Nation themselves were using in the first half. Oh man, dangerous spray from Lato. Without the silencer, they know exactly where those bullets are coming from. And now this A-Rap looks likely. More nades coming in towards the bomb site. They've had to adjust their setup. Here's 0-0 Nation dropping down towards Pit. They're trying to stay alive. They're trying to find fights. And coldzera playing around the smokes. He stalled them. They've been slowed significantly here on their approach. The smokes are fading, and that might allow more players to help out here on the CT side. They've got to get a move on. 20 seconds. They need to take this bomb site, but... Oh, what a shot from Alistair! And that's how they unlock it all!
I can't believe it. What a stalemate we saw. 0-0 Nation didn't have the angles to find the info. Wondering what was happening there, but that is a hell of a headshot from Alistair.
What
No one is showing. Well, that's one way to break the stalemate. These are rounds you just don't see anywhere else.
Only in this series. Man, I feel like I see that wallbang attempted so often, and so rarely is it successful. Like, to wallbang headshot like that. Oh, unbelievable. I think I've seen Shiro land that before. I can't think of many times that kill's come in, and what a key moment for it to come through as well. Just unlocks everything for Greyhound on their approach to A.
That was an important frag as well, responding to the tracer fire from earlier on. But that headshot from Alistair, if he doesn't get that through the wall, then what happens to that round? They've broken the curse for now, Greyhound, but there is plenty more work they need to do. because 0-0 Nation, to me, look like the stronger team at the moment. They look more likely to win the rounds. And again, that stalemate was unusual to say the least. And the break of it was even more so.
Four-man A setup from 0-0 Nation early this time. They've got an aggressive stance in the apartments with the AWP of NQZ holding. And then next holds the other side. Haven't seen the apartments be a point of emphasis so far, so this might be unexpected. Oh, Liaz trying the pre-fire. NQZ unable to hold his nerve on that angle. So they get away with not losing that opening pick. Now they're quickly coming back to this B bomb site, and Dumal wants to go aggressive himself with a flash at the ready.
They've got to read that there's a big bolstering of that A bomb site with such a commitment in the apartments. But again, the timing might not work out for them. Cold Zero's on the way. He's got no flashes for his teammate, though. There's no flashes coming at the back of the site. No smokes either. Cold Zero's going to have to do it the hard way. Running into 3 players in Sickos here for another frag. They don't have the money to chase this 0-0 Nation. Great read from Greyhound. They understand with a player that deep, they must have read that there would be rifle support as well. The AWP wouldn't be there alone. So there can't be 3 players towards B. And they love a numbers game, do Greyhound. Straight over towards B. Trade frag. Only 1 trade frag needed, really. A lot of players getting tagged, but a lot of still standing as well. All the information they needed. Fast decision. Off to match point.
Yeah, man, exactly like you said. I think it's just so common when that AWP is in the apartments to have the rifle support. And it's so unlikely you're going to leave 2 players on A in the apartments and no one else covering the actual bomb site. So really quick reaction from Greyhound there. And the fact that they're able to deal with that CT aggression on this flash peek. The Vexite response like that is so important. Allows Sicko to start to lead the charge. coldzera just desperately hoping for something through the smoke, but not meant to be. And 0-0 Nation will have to dig deep. It is series point for Greyhound in this mid-bracket of the Group C in Pro League. 0-0 Nation taking a timeout ahead of this round. They still have a reasonable bye. And we've seen their ability to come back in the past. They've had some clutch rounds won previously. It's just so much harder to do that on Inferno if you lose the bomb site like that. There it goes, 0-0 Nation. With everything on the line here. Dumal buying last second as we get into the action. Back to a more standard setup for 0-0 Nation. Using some nades, and look at this, Greyhound straight up mid.
A complete change of pace. 0-0 Nation make it back to the site. coldzera, the hero again with 3. And the bomb, no less. He refuses to lose. Alice has rescued the bomb, but there's no way they rescue this round. 2 versus 5. coldzera forces his way to a positive KD once again. What is the play now from Greyhound? This makes their money awkward, no less. Inter's got 1,700. There might be an argument to save these rifles. If anyone's looking at the numbers here, that might be something they have to think about. Liaz moving forward, though, looking for more. Spots 2, but they will lose everything, Greyhound, as 0-0 Nation move to 12.
It's such a bold call from Greyhound. But going through the smoke, I mean, it's a FAMAS from coldzera, and yet still, he's able to get a triple kill from it. Incredibly impressive from coldzera, who throughout this series has been fragging hard. Him and Vexite, I think, have been the 2 players leading their teams in terms of output. Still a bye for Greyhound. Oh, are we going to see this boost for the peak down mid? NQZ even throws a nade for it. Doesn't look like he was able to land a shot, though. In fact, he took a tag himself. Meanwhile, on Banana, CTs were sticking around, but they've decided they are happy to concede control for now. Oh, they're flashing. Oh, no, they're not. They're sticking with their passive setup on B on the 0-0 Nation side now.
Again, Dumal's just peeking the pixel angle past the coffins. Almost looks like he's lagged out, but no. As you can see, his setup there of his new angle. But in the meantime, over towards A, top mid is being taken. Zero has been forced back into CT spawn. Finds a grenade on the floor. He's like, oh, what's that doing there? Oh, that's a big headshot. That's the first frag you want every time. 30 seconds left now. Still a crossfire on the A site for 0-0 Nation, but not much else.
Look at this aggression. NQC unable to get the kill, and Alistair confirms it back. It's looking brilliant for Greyhound. Every single kill they need onto the A site. A 3v2 post plant. And the CTs aren't even close to starting their retake yet.
We've seen them clutch solo so many times against match point. And now there's two of them. They both have kits as well. But this is not going to be an easy one. Smoke onto the site, and Lato will not get the trade. Greyhound have done it. And they've done it the hard way. That was a struggle. But they will beat 0-0 Nation, finishing the job on Inferno. Very difficult series, but they came to life when it really mattered.
What a win for Greyhound. I think not only the result, but also the fact they were able to bounce back from losing their own map pick in devastating fashion. After having a 10-5 lead, they lost their own map pick to start this series, and yet they stay mentally strong, they stay resilient to get this win. And they have been struggling recently against international competition, but that is a big win for Greyhound to get under their belt.
Invaluable experience as well, being in such a remote location, so where the core of Counter-Strike is played cannot be easy, and it must be hard to try and keep your head above water, but they have delivered on this occasion, and it was very difficult indeed. Again, we saw what a struggle it was on their CT sides in those first two maps. You could see on 0-0 Nation's CT side on Inferno, they had figured out the pacing of their T sides, and Cold Zero found ways to exploit. He was such a thorn in their side as well, but they were still able to overcome with info of their own and fast responses, abusing the numbers on the T side to good effect and taking it over the line. That was a hard fought for one. They must be mentally exhausted after that one, surely.
Yeah, certainly. And got to remember that 0-0 Nation have got their stand-in situation, so maybe that's why some of the rounds were a little scrappy there for them. I think for Greyhound, the fact that here on Inferno, it did look pretty comfortable for them all throughout. I don't think there were too many rounds for them in that second half that got too crazy, which I think is a good sign. Their structure should have shone through on a map like this when you're going up against a team with a stand-in. And I kind of feel like that's what happened towards the end there. They were able to come through and use the team chemistry.
I believe we have Alistair from Greyhound on the line after surviving that monstrous series. That looks stressful for you guys, especially the first two maps on the CT side.
Yeah, our CTs were pretty dicey across most maps. It was good to have a decent one on Inferno.
It looks like towards the end of that third map as well, Cold Zero was trying to counter your late timings in those rounds. How difficult was that? He caused some really awkward situations for you towards top mid on Inferno.
Yeah, no, he was definitely brawling. Like, he blocked us one round really hard. I definitely thought as soon as that strat was called in freeze time that we were going to win. But Cold pretty much just blocked us straight away and then got three of us. So that was huge by him.
Looking at the wider scenario for you and your boys, how difficult is it to keep your heads above water in a situation where most of the core Counter-Strike is being played in Europe and you guys have to come so far to get your chances against these teams and try and adapt basically immediately all the time?
Well, thankfully for this event, we were able to have a bit of boot camp. And it felt like throughout this boot camp, we actually improved tenfold. We were becoming more fluent on maps that we were initially like pretty rough on. So having a boot camp definitely helps and gives you some buffer time to adjust and actually not only get rid of jet lag, but actually get in touch with the meta here. So that was really big and grateful from Greyhound for that.
Nice. What does this result mean for you guys? Because internationally recently, you haven't been able to get too many wins. This has got to feel good, right? Beating a team like 0-0 Nation. I'm sure that's a nice result for you guys to get.
It is for sure. We hold ourselves to a pretty high standard because we know the level that we can actually play at. It feels like in these tournaments, we kind of go missing and yeah, we're just trying to break through that mental barrier right now. And I think once we do that and are able to do it consistently, we're going to be able to contest and beat teams like this, I think, more regularly because we think we can play this competition and actually cause a lot of damage.
Awesome. Yeah, I've definitely seen it from you guys in the past. I'm sure you're capable too. I also quickly wanted to ask you about Vexite as a player. I think he had a fantastic series here. It looked to me like his positioning was just really good throughout. So what's it like playing with someone like Vexite? What's he like as a player?
He's very vocal, very energetic, which I think is what we need. Yeah, it's refreshing to see somebody of his age just come in and be so confident and vocal with his teammates. I feel like that's pretty rare. So it's good and it's nice having another reliable player.
All right, one last question then. Talk me through that round on Mirage B, down to the 1v1, that bomb's ticking. There's a jumping 360, a flashbang, and then somehow that final kill. I didn't even think you had that guy. I couldn't believe you guys managed to defuse that bomb. But what is going through your mind during and after that chaos on that bomb site?
I don't know. I think as soon as I got that second kill on the AWPA, I was like, all right, this is going to be pretty hard. I don't really know where he is. I know he's not apps. And then as soon as I shot him, I think I just went straight for the bomb. And instantly I said, that's shit, pretty much, because I felt like I didn't get the defuse in time. And I was thinking I should have probably just run with the AWP. And then it actually went through. I was like, okay, we're still in this. We should have closed it out, to be fair. But, like, yeah, CTSI was just rough. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild round. So well done for that clutch at the very least. And good luck with the remainder of your matches. We'll let you go. Well done for today.
Thanks very much, boys. Cheers.
Props to Greyhound for a hard-fought-for victory. And I think in all those difficulties they did have on the C2 side, there are plenty of lessons and replays to learn from. So well done for them. They will be continuing in the bracket. In the mid-section, of course, 0-0 Nation will be heading to the lower bracket. They've got some more matches to play. We can see the current scores on the doors. NIP versus Greyhound. That's going to be a big match for Greyhound to deliver in. OG versus Pain Gaming on the other side of things as well. You can see Rooster sadly lost to Pain Gaming 2-0. I think a lot of people were rooting for them, but they'll be heading to the lower bracket as well. This is how that's shaping up. Rooster versus 0-0 Nation, the first match in the lower bracket. Any favorites for that one, Walker?
Yeah, you got to think 0-0 Nation should have a good chance in that one, but who knows, man? The Rooster guys, I think they've been better than most people expected them to be. And it's also just really nice there, hearing from Greyhound quickly. They hold themselves to this high standard. They think they should be able to compete against these sorts of teams. I'm glad they proved that today.
Indeed, they did. Well, that brings our action to a close for today, but make sure you're following the A streamers. There'll be plenty more action this week in this group. We will see you later.
passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Team on my back, I ain't worried about no stats, no time to compete with so-and-so. No time to compete with so-and-so. I ain't got a brag when I'm in my bag, no, no, no. Been through a lot, don't know the half, no, no, no. When I'm on drive, never lose control. Hand on the game, never lose control. It ain't my fault that I'm in control. When I'm on drive, never lose control.
I'm awake, I'm alive. I am the cake in the